2 minutes. One minute. Oh, there. The meeting now will start. Good evening. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the school board meeting this Tuesday, September 16th, 2025. Today, our student representative is Gianna Glover from Booker High School, and she will lead us in the pledge.
March. Time. March. Colors. Turn. Colors. Halt. Reset. Arms.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Arms. March time. March. 2 steps backwards. March. Colors. Turn. Forward. March. Post. The colors. Present. Arms. Order. Arms. About. Face. Forward. March. Mark time. March. Colors. Turn. Forward. March.
I would like to thank the Booker High School JROTC for the presentation of colors. And would everyone please remain standing for a moment of silence, please? Or you may wish to reflect upon at your own but I would like to honor the students in Colorado and Minnesota schools that endured a terrific shooting. I'd like to honor the young woman from Ukraine, Irania Zartuska, who was murdered on a commuter train in Charlotte, North Carolina. To our first responders that are in the room that were there on that horrific day on 9/11. Political figures who were murdered, especially Melissa Hortman of Minnesota and Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated in Utah. As we reflect, let's please all pray and wish that people could get along better and not take disagreements out on others that ends in a fatal way. Thank you. Thank you. You may be seated. This evening's arts highlight features the Riverview High School Kiltie Band Officer Group, performing Happy from Despicable Me 2, composed by Pharrell Williams and arranged by Ishba Cox. This talented 18-member ensemble represents Riverview's spirited jam squad. Their dedicated teachers include Amy Earle, the band administrator, Chuck Evans, associate director, and Tamara Lewis, director of bands. They're proudly supported by Principal Aaron Hoy. So please join me in welcoming the Riverview High School Kiltie Band. thank you to the Jam Squad and anybody that's ever heard the Riverview Band. You certainly know those drums because they just have a distinct sound and music that they play, so thank you. Let's see. Our student representative today is Gianna Glover from Booker High School. Welcome, Gianna. It is nice for you to join us as a student representative. So please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Gianna Glover. I'm a senior at Booker High School, and I'm also a College for Every Student Brilliant Pathways student ambassador. My passion in life is being a part of the community and also being able to further my community in different ways. I do this by being involved in my community by being a regular volunteer at the historical Leonard Reed House. I am also a regular volunteer at the Star Lab Kindergarten, which I help different students and elementary students further their reading and their quest through reading. And I'm also a regular volunteer at the Boys and Girls Club. School-wise, I'm a part of the ACE program. I'm also a part of Tornado Kitchen, where I help different students build their interest in cooking and being able to make a business through that. I'm also one of the co-leaders of the Stacks Business Ownership Club, where I help different students be able to have a passion in business and how they encourage them to be able to create their own business in the future. I'm also a part of the Coexistence Club, which is a part of the Embracing Our Differences initiative, where we go certain days to Emma E. Booker and we help to read to the kids so they can also be involved in school more. In my future, I would like to be in hospital administration and be able to take my knowledge of other individuals in the communities and be able to create a working space where they're able to feel included and heard in the hospitals. I'm currently applying for University of Florida and Howard University to have a major in business administration and also a minor in healthcare sciences. Thank you.
Well, Gianna, that's very impressive. I don't know how you fit all that in a day or a week, but that is very impressive. And I really like that you go over and help the students at Emma E. Booker read. So we would like to thank you for serving as our student representative. And I've already given you your certificate of appreciation. And we all wish you the best luck in the future and coming back to our community after college. So thank you. I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda with the posted additions after original publication.
So moved. Second.
Okay, that the school board of Sarasota County approves the September 16th, 2025 agenda as submitted on September 9th with the following changes. Human Resources, an addendum was added to the Human Resources Instructional Classified Report, and the minutes from September 9th were added. So, do I have any discussion? Seeing none, we will please vote. The motion passes 5-0. Now we'll have the superintendent's report. Superintendent Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. It's great to see everybody. Can't believe it's September 16th already, and we have a lot to draw your attention to in terms of the consent agenda. So I want to start there, as we do every meeting. Item 10.1 is a data sharing agreement that we have with Laurel Civic that we are renewing. I really want to just give kudos and appreciation to Laurel Civic Association, who works very collaboratively with us in several of our schools, especially Laurel Nokomis School. And this data agreement allows the tutors to keep up with students with their grades and report cards, as well as their fast data to ensure that they're staying on pace. And so thanks to them and this data sharing agreement, we can continue the great work of Laurel Civic Association. Item 10.3 is the approval of the memorandum of agreement with the University of Florida's Lassiter Center. We are partnering with the Florida DOE and the Florida Tutoring Advantage program that is sponsored by the DOE to provide target research-based tutoring at 9 of our Title I elementary schools, which will be providing one-on-one support in mathematics. And we're really excited about that partnership. Item 10.4 is the adoption of our uniform testing calendar. Every district in Florida submits this to the DOE in an effort to be transparent about what assessment students will be taking throughout the year. And item 10.8 is bringing forward our employee group benefit insurance rates and fees that will be effective January 1st, 2026. At our last workshop, we were able to share some of the competitive adjustments that we're doing to ensure fiscal responsibility while maintaining a high quality level of service with our medical benefits. Really excited. Next Tuesday is our college night. It will be at Robarts Arena, where you students can meet with college universities and learn all about the admission requirements, financial aid opportunities, scholarships, and military recruiting reps. So if you haven't signed up, go ahead and register. Really excited to pick this up from last year. We started our Parent University series, and at the very end of the year, we postponed this particular topic, and we're excited to bring that back. It is the tech safety for parents. On Thursday, September 25th at 6 p.m. at Sarasota Middle, we will have a national internet expert, technology expert, Ms. Katie Greer, in person to talk about how to help keep kids safe on the internet. So if you're interested in that, please make sure all SCS parents are invited to attend, and you can register online. We're continuing with our series with Coffee with Connor, and we're going to be at the Betty Johnson Library in town on September 30th at 10 a.m. Come on out. We're going to share ideas and just listen to the community, and it's a great little intimate setting for those who participate. STEM Fair fundraiser on Wednesday, October 18th at 4:30. If you go out to Anna Maria Oyster Bar off University Parkway and mention SCS STEM, you can help us with fundraising for our STEM Fair. So please note that on your calendar and go have some oysters on October 8th. Don't forget to mention Sarasota County. And 2 observances that are coming up we want to celebrate. We just started this week with National Hispanic Heritage Month, which goes from September 15th through October 15th, and Celebrate Freedom Week, which is September 22nd through the 26th. So that is all for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Connor. Well, tonight, the school spotlight is on Booker High School. I'd like to invite the Booker High School's proud principal, Dr. Rachel Shelley, to the podium to begin the presentation.
I graduated from Riverview High School in 1980-something, so I'm always happy to see my alumni, my former school showcase. So tonight I am here to talk about Booker High School. Madam Chair, school board members, and our superintendent. Superintendent, thank you for having us here. Well, I'm going to try to keep this under 6 minutes. I'm challenged, so I'm going to try really hard. But I do want to share the story of Booker High School of excellence, resilience, and, of course, opportunity. It all started with M.E. Booker. We proudly carry her legacy and will continue to build on that foundation each and every day. You need to know that Booker is not just a school. Booker is a family. Our students thrive in classrooms, on the stage, and on the field, and we are deeply proud of our rich history and diverse community. Our vision is bold, It's clear and it's unwavering. 100% of Booker High School students will graduate college or career ready and become productive members of our society. Our mission is simple as well. By the end of their high school experience, students will take at least one rigorous course or earn industry certification. Class of 2025, we didn't quite make 100 yet. We're at 67%, but we are predicting that the class of 2026 will run closely to 75%. Enrollment growth. When I arrived at Booker High School in 2011, we had 855 students. Today, we serve 1,467 students, a testament to the trust of our community and families. Thank you. I agree. I think that's amazing. Our student body has shifted as well. We used to be a third, but now we have 45% Hispanic, 27% African American, 24% white, and 3% representing other heritage. And while 73% of our students are economically disadvantaged, they walk through our doors each and every day with dreams as big as anyone. Now let's talk about the graduation rate. Yes, I have to go back, because back in 2013, our graduation rate was just 62%. The class of 2025 is projected to be, and I know they're going to get there, at 93%. That is a 30% increase. That success reflects the dedication of our staff, perseverance of our students, and unwavering support of our families, community partners, and of course, our amazing district leadership. But we are not stopping there. We're not going to stop until we reach 100%. Of course, we have great staff at Booker High School. We are celebrating excellence on every front. Check out that slide there. We had 4 of Booker High School teachers that were High School Teachers of the Year within the last 8 years. Our students are just as inspiring, excelling academically, artistically, and of course, athletically. Now, when you sit on our campus, you feel the energy and the pride of our tornado family. It is vibrant, beautiful space that reflects the spirit of our school. But while on our campus is absolutely stunning, what truly sets us apart is our commitment to college and career readiness. One of our core belief statements, we believe post-secondary education planning and implementation will change students' lives. Booker was the home of the first district renowned college room, created to ensure that all of our students were on track. It has become the hub not only for Booker High School, but for also students throughout our county. Each student, yes, has an individual career plan supported by our staff, mentors, and our students. They are personally connected, but you know what? It is intentional and it's purposeful about our college and career readiness initiative. We don't just wait for our student or families to reach out to us. Instead, we take the initiative to reach out to them, offering unique opportunities that open doors to their future. Did you know that in 9th grade, we offer a college and career class to all of our 9th grade students? We do to make sure they're connected. Guest speakers and field trip to Suncoast Technical College is paramount in making sure they get the information firsthand. And then our 10th graders, they don't just get to come and hang out. No, they get invited to a principal's brunch where they learn about dual enrollment. Monthly college workshops, they vary throughout our school. While we're having college night here in Sarasota on next Tuesday, Wednesday morning, 50 of them will be at Booker High School working with our staff and our students, talking about universities as well as the options. We have so much more when we talk about exposure, opportunity, and awareness. But behind every number is a student. I can't help but think of one student in particular that was struggling academically, facing challenges at home. At first, he wasn't sure if he really belonged in high school, but he found a teacher. That teacher sitting here today, Miss Peltier. She believed in him, encouraged and motivated him, not only in high school, but she also had him in middle school. Yesterday, he sent her a text, and she couldn't wait to send it to me because he had just earned his HVAC certification from Suncoast Technical College. When I spoke to her today about it, she said, and guess what? I made sure he had an interview for a job. That speaks to the level of involvement for all of our students. And that story isn't rare. It is the heartbeat of Booker High School. Oh, we have some signature programs. In fact, we have 4. We have the Visual Performing Arts program. You know about our Premier Art Academy program. We have a Law Academy focused on criminal justice and law studies. And we have a brand new pilot program that just started this year. It is the Early College Program, where our students will have an opportunity to earn a high school diploma and an associate degree while in high school. And then we have the ACE program. It's the Cambridge College Preparatory Program. On slide number 11, we're going to take a look at this beautiful facility that we finished and opened up last year. That is Booker High School Performing Arts Center. We just received recognition by Sarasota Magazine. Our students are having an opportunity to learn firsthand and also have an opportunity to operate in industry standards. And then there's the renowned VPA program. It is a college preparatory program where we are preparing our students with majors in the arts, pursue careers in their creative industries, or apply their artistic discipline to any field. Students spend not 1, not 2, but 3 hours daily in their chosen major, selecting from 6 different tracks. We have dance, film and animation, music, production and design, theater, and lastly, visual arts. Most of their instructors or adjuncts are practicing artists. And then there is the Law Academy. What is a Law Academy? What makes us unique? We are the only one in this region with our very own courtroom. And today they were in mock trial rehearsal. Our students are stimulated and also learning a rigorous coursework, and we have criminal justice right on the spot with our students. We practice very closely in part Sarasota County Bar Association, and we are very excited about that. Also, their 2 instructors are certified attorneys, allowing students to graduate high school with associate degrees and ready for the challenges they face. With our ACE program, after successfully taking 7 courses and exams, these students will earn the highest level of Bright Future that pays 100% of tuition and fees here in the state of Florida. Additionally, we have students taking ACE courses that challenge them to prepare coursework. And of all these programs, all of them are aligned to our vision and our mission. And I already talked about the early college program, so that's exciting for us and our students. All of these programs, again, are aligned to our vision. In our ROTC program, you saw evidence of that tonight, we have over 200 students instilling discipline, leadership, and tactical talent used by Sarasota Police Department, a unique partnership that enhances both student learning and community safety. And then we also have CTE. The vision is to graduate college or career ready. CTE, our students are earning their certification in Adobe, Autodesk, and small business certificates. And then there is our athletic department. Our athletics are thriving. Recent district and regional championships for girls basketball, boys basketball, as well as football. Last year, we had the Sarasota's first flag football scholarship recipient, and now she's attending Bethel College, and she's also cheering for them as well. Well, a couple days ago, a week ago actually it was last Friday, our true legacy is found in people like Fred Gilmore, a beloved coach and mentor whose life changed countless students. Well, he made sure they all had avenues, but he spent more than 38 years at Booker High School, graduating in 1984 and went off to do a lot of things and then came back and spent all of those years right there on that site. He's known for having taken those students in 2005 to the state championship. And in closing, none of this would be possible without the ongoing support of so many people, including the community partners with the Rotary, the Community Foundation of Sarasota. We also partner with Mary Kay and Joe Henson, Booker Promise, and Take Stock in Children, and so many more. Our superintendent and leadership team has worked with Booker High School diligently to make sure that we are improving in all areas. And by the way, We earned 75 points toward our school grade last year, making us less than 30 points away from that A, and we'll get there this year. But where did that come from? District leadership. We learned about impact reviews, professional learning, teacher collaboration, co-teaching, shelter classes, and so much more. I'll be coming back to you again in a few, possibly months, talking about what we can do in honor of Mr. Gilmore and his legacy. Did I make my time? Lastly, when hearts are aligned, minds are focused, we can accomplish so much, and that is what we're doing at Booker High School. So I'm grateful, I'm appreciative, and I thank you for this unique opportunity to share about Booker High School.
Dr. Shelley, I hate to say you went twice over your time limit.
I did not. I did not.
But you know why I didn't say anything?
Yeah.
Because if people don't know what's happening in Sarasota schools, now you know. Now you know. Thank you for demonstrating the wonderful things that happen every single day, not only at Booker, but at all of our schools. Yes. And it's phenomenal work. And your leadership is a testament to what you've accomplished. And I thank you for your leadership, and thank you for presenting tonight.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. That right there is why I work so hard to protect public education. We are and have the best.
Mrs. Barr?
Thanks. I just wanted to share with you, when I came for the ribbon cutting ceremony recently, there was a young man who escorted me to my car and to the field. He was a freshman football player, and he was the kindest, most confident student that I think I have ever met.
Wow,
truly. And that doesn't happen by accident. That happens when students are appreciated and loved and supported by the adults in their lives. So thank you, Dr. Shelley.
My pleasure.
Ms. Rose?
Thank you, Ms. Marinelli. I can't help it, Dr. Shelley. I have to recognize you because I know how important it is to you to have those achievement results, which are beyond remarkable. I know you've talked about how much you like the support of the district office and all the instructional pieces that have come into play. And huge congratulations to you and your staff and your students and your teacher. Well done.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ziegler?
I'm glad everyone got to see the level that you command when you go on that campus. It is exactly that. And it transcends generations, and you do such an incredible job. And we are so blessed to have you. You are a true gem in Sarasota County. So
Thank you.
Grateful for you.
Thank you.
Well, Dr. Shelley,
Yes, ma'am.
we've worked together a long time.
Yes, we
but
have.
if anybody in this room doesn't know how much you love your students and staff and the school, I don't know what would. And you have just been remarkable. Your administrative staff, whenever I come, they're always so kind, especially Mr. Rumpf. Last year helped I don't like to use the word, but elderly lady with her car. That was so nice of you, because everybody else wanted to have her get it towed. And your staff is amazing.
Agreed.
And I tell you, I think you're going to reach that 100% graduation, because I would think any student would be chickened to have to tell you they weren't going to graduate. So, but anyway, thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, welcome to the first public comment segment of our meeting regarding agenda items. Each speaker will state their full name and will have up to 3 minutes. A timer will appear on the screen. Please conclude promptly when the timer ends. The mic will automatically turn off when the timer reaches 0. Abusive language will not be tolerated. Outbursts, applause, or other interruptions that disrupt the meeting are not acceptable. I really hope every speaker will respect each other and the audience will respect the speakers. Any person who interferes with the orderly process of this meeting after first being warned that such continued interference will result in removal, and the person will be removed. But I don't think we're going to have that problem tonight. The speakers in the room behind me allowed board members to hear public comments when they step away from the dais. When your name is called, please approach the podium. If you choose to pass, you will forfeit your time to address the board. As a reminder, a recording cannot be played during your 3 minutes of public comment. We appreciate your cooperation, so let's begin with our first speaker, Mrs. Tompkins.
Thank you, Chair. The first speaker is Christy Carwatt, followed by John Coughlin.
Good evening. I am here tonight to speak about Agenda Item 1116, the approval for the time change of the October 21st school board meeting. I'm here to oppose the change of time for the October school board meeting. 10 o'clock is a very convenient time for me and other retirees, but it is not very convenient for working parents, school staff, and students. Sarasota is very fortunate to have so many community members and students who show up to board meetings to support our public schools. Changing the time will make it more difficult for many to attend the October meeting. I can't help but think that the motivation for changing the time of the meeting, is to do just that, to make it difficult for some members of the community to attend. Is it because one of you plans to propose something you know will be strongly opposed? Or are you proposing to change the time to accommodate one of your personal schedules? I understand the problems that work responsibilities cause for one's personal schedule. I remember when I was teaching, I had to miss many of my children's events to attend required school events such as an open house. Yet, I accepted the fact of missing those events because I took the responsibilities of my job very seriously, and I knew I would be able to attend many more of my children's activities. The board was elected to serve the community, and the community deserves to have the ability to attend as many board meetings as possible. You may not like what many of the community members have to say in these meetings, but it is your responsibility to listen to them and to hear what they have to say. You have already changed the meetings from 2 a month to 1. Are you now planning to permanently change the time too? Are you trying to eliminate the public's ability to express their opinions and present their well-researched information regarding school board matters? If not, it certainly appears to be so. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Coughlin and Carol Lerner.
Good evening, members of the board and everybody in attendance. My name is John J. Coughlin Jr., and I am a resident and taxpayer of Sarasota County. This is my first school board meeting that I've attended. I've only been down here 4 years from the Northeast. And I would like to thank the board in general for first recognizing the 9/11 community. I was a first responder that day. I was assigned to NYPD, the emergency service unit, which I lost 14 members of my unit that day. But I just want to thank you for recognizing us and never forget. And this is 24 years, and it happened. It feels like it happened yesterday. And next year will be 25 years. I'm here to speak on agenda item 1116 on moving the school board meeting to 10 a.m. I believe it's for a safety reason. It does get dark later on in the year, and I don't think our school board members should have to walk to their cars in the dark with the current climate of what's going on in the country as far as school shootings, school lockdowns. I think it's a safety issue, and I think we should just get back to focusing on education. In closing, I feel, based on what I hear out in the public, being my first time here, and in the media, I would like to just remind the school board that you're here for the kids. You're not here to push your personal agenda. I want to thank the board, and I want to thank the audience. I yield.
Thank you.
Carol Lerner and Donald Shea.
Carol Lerner, speaking for Support Our Schools, and I'm a retired educator. I am particularly concerned about the following policies. The removal of protections for LGBTQ+ students and changes in the anti-discrimination policies. And I'm also very concerned about changing the time of school board meetings from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., a time where few parents, no teachers, and no students can attend these meetings. These policies also have something else in common. They have nothing to do with student outcomes and achievement. To the contrary, some of them will make it more difficult to have good outcomes. I'd particularly like for the board to tell me how a 10 a.m. board meeting will help with school accountability and transparency, especially to the school community, the people that you should most be accountable to, the parents, the teachers, and the students who cannot attend the school board meetings. That is going backwards. This brings me to the district's legislative agenda, which I'd like to address. I believe it is important for the district to become proactive in a way similar to how the district became extremely proactive to save the special programs. Sarasota County Schools was a model throughout the state, and guess what? We won that battle. When you look at the different priorities for adequate and accurate funding, I think that's important. But I would like the district to call for a moratorium on school vouchers and transfer those funds back to the public school. I would like to see full funding that keeps up with inflation. Had full funding kept up with inflation over the past 20 years, our district would have $250 million more in the coffer. We would not be having the problems we have. And then priority 2 and priority 3, you wouldn't even have to concern yourself with. But for priority 4, Schools of Hope, that's an easy one. Repeal the legislation. I don't think most of the legislators understood the can of worms that they opened up. I think if we talk to them, they will understand that it is very, very bad legislation that happened late in the night during the June extension after the legislation was died in the making.
Thank you.
Donald Shea and Barbara Vaughn.
I think that's on. Yes, it is now. Good evening. I'd like to say I'm wearing a jacket and tie out of respect for you, but I'm not. I'm coming from serving as a substitute teacher in the Sarasota schools this afternoon, and the teacher for whom I substituted always wears a jacket and a tie. So I thought, heck, you own one, wear one. So I don't mean to denigrate you, but that's why I wore it. What I'm here today to talk about is the drug problem we have in our school system. It's massive, it's ubiquitous, and we're responsible. You, me, and all of you. Why? I am not a 21st century Luddite. I carry one of these things. You have a school policy, very well thought out. It's not working. It is not working. These kids are tied like an umbilical cord to their devices. Now, I understand some of them will do research on their phones, but I'm going to get bug-eyed from seeing TikTok and all the other apps that we might not want to hear it. The people who develop them, they're addicting your children.
Excuse me, sir, this is not on the agenda, so if you can somehow
Ma'am,
take
I
it to
wrote
the
in-
agenda.
Tell you what, don't take my word for it. Read a book, and you don't have to buy it. You can go online and get it from the Sarasota County Library. May I leave you with one quote? Jesus Christ. If this doesn't resonate deeply with you, question why you're on the board. The smartphone is the modern-day hypodermic needle, delivering digital dopamine 24/7 for the wired generation. Deal with it.
Thank you.
Barbara Vaughn and Deb Hayes.
Hi, I'm Barbara Vaughn. Most of you know me. There are not many meetings I miss anymore. I'm looking for some clarification today on agenda item 1116. I think I understand why you're asking for that meeting to be at 10 in the morning. Because if you go to agenda item 11.12, it kind of explains why that one day, October 21st, needs to be moved to 10 o'clock. People here are talking like it's going to be from now on till the cows come home. It's not. I don't think that's not a proposal. You have other obligations to meet on the 21st of October. And if the people in this audience would go back and read 11.12 on their agendas, I think they'll understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deb Hayes and Lucas Carpenter.
Evening. My name is Deb Hayes, and I'm speaking on 4 agenda items. 11.4, the legislative agenda, as proposed, addresses some very critical issues. However, I'm wondering if it conveys the urgency of solving our budget and self-governance issues of the local districts in a timely manner. These issues cannot be left unaddressed for another year. I would please ask that you consider asking for a moratorium on new vouchers and a repeal of these the Schools of Hope legislation. Items 1114 and 1115, it's not going to be a surprise if those issues pass this evening. However, I want to once again go on the record stating that removing protected enumerations violates the respect for research, reported and verified data, expert opinions, best practices, and testimonies of students, parents, teachers, administrators, attorneys, and community members. I, along with others, will note with interest as the year goes on when the board cites their decision-making rationale based on fact and data. And finally, a concern about agenda item 1116. This appears to be, again, another distraction away from the types of things we really should be dealing with as a community. There hasn't been any rationale for this or explanation about this move. And the obvious consequence is that it keeps the board's most significant stakeholders, students and parents from participating in a civic engagement? What part of civic education, which has been touted by this board as a priority, dictates removal of stakeholders from decision-making? It's not lost on this community that there are multiple ways to curb free speech. And one of those not so subtle ways is to remove accessibility to speak. Please vote no on that agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucas Carpenter and Jonathan Guerin.
Hello, my name is Lucas Carpenter, and I'm a 17-year-old senior at Suncoast Polytechnical High School. I'm speaking on agenda item 11.16, the meeting time changes. My question for the board is, do you know who you serve? Do you, the Sarasota County School Board, know who you serve? You serve the teachers of this county who abide by your word and educate our youth. You serve the parents who have children in the school system. Even if they work and cannot come to meetings, they expect you to hear their silent voices and do what is right. And you serve, most importantly, the students of Sarasota County. Students like me who speak at these meetings, and students like me who do not speak at these meetings. Your job is to be hearing our concerns and our voices at these meetings. Did you know that? Because you are not performing like you do. By changing the October meeting times to 10 a.m., you are deliberately attempting to silence our voices, the voices of the people you, as the Sarasota County School Board, serve. You are making sure the teachers and students at school during this time cannot come. You are making sure the parents who work jobs, like my mother, who cannot come to this meeting because she works multiple jobs, cannot come. Please remember that myself and the thousands upon thousands of other students in this county cannot vote. These meetings are a way for you to hear and coordinate with us. We are not just kids to be redistricted or counted. We have thoughts, we have ideas, and yes, we have criticisms. But I hope you can be professional and handle them instead of hiding them. Look at this room. I brought peers who are watching you. Look at all of the high school students you would be disappointing. And most importantly, listen to them. Sarasota deserves transparency. I hope that you can recognize this lapse of judgment and remedy this. There is no shame in admitting a mistake, but there is shame in hearing your constituents' concerns and ignoring them. There is shame in not doing your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Guerin and Paulina Testerman.
Yes. Hi, my name is Jonathan Guerin. I fully support the changes to the discrimination statement. It's important to treat people as individuals. Individual rights are a fundamental American value. Some of the people speaking today who oppose those changes are here on behalf of well-funded political activist groups. They are not here to put education before politics. They are here to put politics into education. For example, the SCE Alliance has partnered with Act Blue Charities, which is a well-established Democrat political organization. According to the SCE Alliance website, they engage in, quote, from public comment podiums to protest lines, from voter drives to legislative advocacy, we've been doing the work. They are clearly political activists, and the work they are doing is to divide society, derange children, and make life worse for everyone in order to subvert America. They want schools to promote their propaganda to children. Changing the discrimination statement to remove their propaganda is one step among many I support the board in making. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Paulina Testerman and Tom Desane.
Good evening. My name is Paulina Testerman. I'm a graduate of Riverview High School, and I have deep roots in our community. I'd like to discuss my concerns about what's happening at the Sarasota County School Police Department. While I'm deeply support our schools having their own police department and staff that is trained to how to de-escalate children, I'm deeply concerned over the rumors of impropriety, specifically regarding the position of chief. And I understand that that's probably why Mr. Eno stepped down. He's probably going back to fix what's going on down there. I'm going to provide a quick timeline recap of the chief position at our schools. January 2022, Chief Tim Enos resigns. Dwayne Oakes is named chief. 14 months later, Dwayne Oakes is suddenly removed under suspicious circumstances, no explanation, and an interim chief is named by the name of Stephen Lawrence. Keep up with me.
Excuse me, we are not supposed to be talking about personnel, and this is not
This
on
is
the
about the
agenda.
deputy, this is on the agenda, 11.13, deputy police position.
But
correct?
please keep that.
No, I have concerns about, I'm allowed to hold my elected officials, and this is on the agenda, ma'am.
I think it's permitted.
Thank you. I'd like my time back, please. I understand, I'm not attacking anyone, I am just shining a light on the facts that have already been discussed in the news, and this is not anything crazy. Mr. Lawrence stayed on as interim chief for 16 months, and then in July 2024, the school's hired chief, Jacob Ruiz, and Stephen Lawrence is demoted to captain. It's an interesting move, right? Why wasn't Lawrence considered as a permanent chief? Was there any problem? 6 short months later, our new chief, who was just hired, Chief Ruiz, was already applying for a new job in Orange County. By August, Ruiz had quit, and we already had another interim chief, Joseph Eilerman. Chief Eilerman was only holding the spot for Mr. Enos, who stepped down off the school board to return to his old job. And the question is what is going on? That's 6 chiefs in 3.5 years. I've heard some rumors, some concerns, some issues going on. I think this is something that needs to be taken care of. I certainly hope Mr. Enos didn't go back to help figure out what's happening there. I hope that people are being held accountable and that this is not a good old boy club. I'm also concerned about the chief position. There's a new position going to be started, deputy position, and that job starts at, I don't remember, $170,000. It seems like a very high amount for a deputy position. It'll be a new position with all these cuts we have currently, with teachers being cut, with schools, budget issues. Do we really need another position that we never had before? And with respect to the last issue, which is the changing of the time, I mean, it's at least consistent with your guys' brand, which is not showing respect to parents, not showing respect to our community. What you're telling them is at 10 a.m. that teachers' voices don't matter here and that they're not welcome here. They can't hold their elected officials responsible. You guys represent teachers and students, and you're immediately saying to them, sorry, your voice doesn't matter here. So do better, make better choices, reflect the will of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Desane and Stephen Gafanti.
Madam Chair, board members, thanks for letting me speak. My name is Tom Desane. I'm a full-time resident taxpayer of Sarasota County, also the father of a student who attended middle school and high school in Sarasota County. I'd like to commend all 5 of the board members here because I know that going out into public and running for office and then being in office and all the different things you have to deal with is not easy on yourselves or your families, and I commend you all for it. I'd also like to recognize Karen Rose, Robin Marinelli, Bridget Ziegler, and Tim Enos, who is outside, for protecting on children on many levels and always putting education as a priority above all else, including personal agenda. I'm here to speak just a little bit about moving the meetings to 10 a.m. Whether it's one meeting or all the meetings. I have heard people say that you're closing people out, but as far as I know, you can make comments instead of standing here. You can go on the website and make comments that go into the record. So, people do have other options. When it comes to why to move the meetings to 10 a.m., like my friend John, I was a police officer for 31 years in New York, and these are crazy times. And none of these good people up on the board should have to worry about walking to their car after maybe, a sensitive meeting or there's been some issues that people don't agree with, and now you have to walk out into the parking lot in the dark. It's a better way to do it. Do it in the morning and accommodate the people who want to make comments, who can't make it here, which I think you already do. Yeah, so basically my point is, these are the people who are protecting our children. We should make sure we protect them. If we have to change the meeting, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Gafanti and Julie Forrester.
Okay, well, this is on 10.3, and kudos to Terry Connor for coming up with this solution. Nearly 4,000 elementary students in our district are reading below grade level. That's an urgent problem. Some of these kids will give up if they don't learn to read soon. And free tutors are a powerful part of that solution. The University of Florida's program is an excellent step forward, even if they cannot provide 4,000 tutors. Every tutor they provide will make a difference to a child. In exchange, they only ask for student test data to measure the program's effectiveness. That's a fair trade for such valuable support. The Rocket Phonics Foundation would love to partner with the district under a similar memorandum. For the past 5 years, we've been tutoring students in this district, but access to consistent test data has been a challenge. With clear data sharing, we can demonstrate the full impact of our work. Our program has the same scope as the University of Florida's, but we use a different sequence, one that immerses children in reading without the confusing rules and exceptions that frustrate early learners. This approach keeps reading simple, engaging, and effective. If granted the same memorandum, we are confident the results will speak for themselves and that you'll be pleasantly surprised at just how much more progress our students make. Thank you for considering this opportunity to bring even more free tutors to the children who need them the most.
Thank you.
Julie Forrester and Kennedy Cole.
Good evening, board. My name is Julie Forrester. I'm a mom and guardian of 2 children currently in Sarasota County Public Schools and a third entering kindergarten next year. My heart is heavy tonight. The attacks on our public schools from Tallahassee are relentless and are part of why I want to speak to the legislative priorities. I'm glad to see the district fighting for funding, but I worry that the priorities stop short of addressing the broader attacks. For example, Representative McFarland has made it clear that she supports changing the school grading system in a way that would leave Sarasota with only 1 A-rated school. That would completely open the door for schools of hope to move in. If this happens, it won't matter how quote unquote underutilized is defined, because suddenly all of our schools will be labeled underperforming. This is a huge concern. We cannot afford to take a wait and see approach. We need a proactive strategy to stop these attacks. I know the district has more guidance and analysis than what appears on the agenda, and it would strengthen our efforts if you shared it with the broader community. We are ready to stand with you. At the same time, some board members are purposefully making things worse for students, teachers, and parents in the district. Instead of focusing on student achievement, 3 members have chosen to fight culture wars that target marginalized students. And by moving meetings to the middle of the workday, they are silencing the voices of working parents, teachers, and students. While item 11.16 lists the time change as applying only to the October 21st meeting, the workshop discussion made it clear that this change is intended for all meetings moving forward. My understanding is it only appears limited because October 21st is the last meeting before the board's reorganization meeting, when that meeting schedule is set. If I am mistaken, you can correct me. I urge you to, at the very least, amend item 11.16 to restore an additional 6 p.m. monthly board meeting so that everybody has a fair chance to be heard. Our kids deserve better. They deserve schools that are funded, supported, and free from politics. and they deserve leaders that are willing to meet these attacks head on with the community behind you every step of the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kennedy Cole and Atticus Frank.
Good evening. My name is Kennedy Cole, and I'm a Booker High School student. First, I want to say how incredibly proud I am of Booker High School. I see the work Dr. Shelley, our staff, and our students do every single day, and in my opinion, there isn't a better school district, and I'll fight anybody on that. While I'm proud of my school, I'm incredibly disappointed by agenda item 11.16, which plans to move the school board meeting next month from 6 p.m. to 10 a.m. 13 days ago, September 3rd, I thought we had a breakthrough. Finally, after months of begging and pleading by the public, the school board held a town hall. And I, for one, think it was a success. The board members I talked to afterward did as well. We had dozens of people, vastly different from the makeup in this boardroom here tonight, show up because they finally had a chance to talk to this board. Yet despite the apparent breakthrough, here we are, not even 2 weeks later, trying to take away an opportunity for the working public to comment in front of this board. You can see for yourself, there's certainly no attendance problems here tonight. We still have people waiting outside. Moving this meeting from 6 p.m. to 10 a.m. is yet another example of this board choosing to hide from their constituents and act in a shroud of secrecy. Additionally, a point was made earlier about agenda item 11.12 explaining this change. For clarification, agenda item 11.12 sets a private meeting on the 21st for a lawsuit, yet sets no absolute time for this meeting and can be done at any point in the day, as opposed to the long-standing time for school board meetings at 6 p.m. It can be scheduled around the board meeting, and if you can find a lawyer who wants to be doing work at 6 p.m., it's a job in itself. The public deserves a meeting at 6 p.m. so this board can be transparent and build trust with this community, something we are sorely lacking. Please don't change it. And if you do, please grant me and other students the courtesy of an absence excuse note, because nothing can stop us from advocating for the schools we love and are proud to go to every single day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Atticus Frank and David Oakes.
Oh, almost knocked it over. Good evening. My name is Atticus Frank. I live in Venice. Thank you to the board for allowing me to speak. First, congrats to Ms. Rose. Welcome back. Great to see you. I wanted to speak specifically on agenda item 11.16 on moving the meetings to the morning from the meetings that currently go often late into the evening. I believe this, while is a temporary step now, is a prudent step to consider making permanent into the future that'll help bring this chamber's focus back to student achievement. I'm going to be frank. As a longtime observer of these meetings, the stories and scenes I've observed outside and inside these chambers are abhorrent. The rhetoric from paid, bussed-in protesters is making the environment caustic, chaotic, and dangerous. How do we accept the fact that our school board members have to be escorted to their cars by police? This intimidation and verbal abuse has to end. I give credit. This board has seen huge strides in student achievement, even under these circumstances. But your job should be focusing on our district and our kids, not the chaos seeping into this boardroom. I'm going to give a couple examples of how toxic this has gotten. One of the leaders of the radical left C Alliance, who protest these meetings, had this to say about the recent death of Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk has done so much damage and taken so many lives.
Excuse me, Mr. Frank. People have given you the courtesy of listening when you talk. Just because you disagree does not give you the right to be disruptive. So please be courteous to all other speakers.
And I would be happy,
And you get your time back.
I appreciate it. I'd be happy to share any of the videos or tweets from what I'm just reading. Charlie Kirk, a father who's murdered. Charlie Kirk has done so much damage and taken so many lives from us. He then went on Twitter and said, "We can agree that Charlie Kirk's rhetoric and actions caused death." Let me be the first to say, I don't agree that words can cause death. The hypocrisy of bombastic statement coming from a group that berates this board regularly is not lost on me. Another example, there's now reports of teachers in our district cheering the death of Charlie Kirk. How can we as the public, many who hold a lot of the same opinions as Charlie Kirk, trust our schools if this is the response by some of our teachers? I am a conservative. I am a father. I am a Christian. I hold many of the views that Charlie holds. Would their response be the same if Charlie's fate befell me? Thank you.
Thank you.
David Oakes and Avery Cole.
For the record, my name is Dave Oakes. I'm a Sarasota County resident for the past 3 years. Welcome back, Karen Rose. It's great to see you back on the school board. I'm just making mention as to item 10.2 on the consent agenda reference, the comprehensive evidence-based reading plan, and comments made by Superintendent Connor on 9 September at your special board meeting. Congratulations on making 2-point gains during school year 2024 through 2025. However, 66% and 64% proficiency leaves a lot to be desired. During your 9 September workshop, Superintendent Connor bemoaned the fact that while the Sarasota County population increased, there was a flattening of student enrollment in public schools. Those percentages and flattening of public school enrollments are problems. Superintendent Connor lauded the partnership with Montessori, dual language classical education, STEM, and artificial intelligence programs. Last month, I spoke about the Rocket Phonics Foundation program. The state of Florida has recognized the Rocket Phonics Foundation as a reading intervention program also. Superintendent Connor commented that rather than curse the darkness, you needed to act. 1 public elementary school and 7 private preschools in Sarasota County invited Rocket Phonics tutors into their school last year. Manatee County has 4 elementary schools utilizing Rocket Phonics. It takes only 10 hours of Rocket Phonics tutoring to increase 1 year of literacy improvement. I suggest all board members and Superintendent Connor observe just 30 or even 60 minutes of a Rocket Phonics session in any of these schools. The crucial, positive interaction between tutors and students will be highly evident. Your day, if not your week, will be brightened. Rocket Phonics is another potential solution that uses volunteers with no expense to your budget. Perhaps the success of the Rocket Phonics program in public schools will assist in sustaining public school enrollment. Let's eliminate the achievement gap. Let's make believers out of the Rocket Phonics non-believers. Thank you, and I'll see you next month.
Thank you.
Avery Cole and India Miller.
Hey, it's on. Okay. Good evening. My name is Avery Cole. I'm a proud junior at Booker High School, and I'm here once again to speak on agenda item 11.15, the changes to the Student Code of Conduct for the 25-26 school year. Over the past months, we have given you data, facts, and students have shown up, like myself, and have told you that this change to the vague word all will negatively impact the students of this district. Do you honestly think that I would like to stand here and ask you again and again to be protected in my school? Yes, because whether this board likes it or not, there are queer and trans people. There are queer and trans students. There are queer and trans students in this school district. Those queer and trans students, and every student for that matter, deserves to feel safe and to be protected by policy. If it takes me standing here and sharing the good and the bad parts of my story, I will. As a student, I will always support the students no matter how they identify. The question is now, does this board? When you vote today, look back on the past 5 months. Think of how the students reacted when we heard of this mistake. When you vote, think of every student who gave comment, who shared their stories, how many of the students who spoke and who haven't spoken will be affected by this change. I implore you to vote no. I would also like to address agenda item 11.16, as I love coming to these meetings, whether some people don't agree with that. But I would love to see you in October, and I implore you to vote no so I can come and see your wonderful faces and hear your wonderful opinions. Have a good night.
Thank you.
India Miller and Bill Neese.
Thank you.
Is it on? Okay. It said green. I don't see green. All right, my name is Bill Neese, and I have a grandson in the district, and I'm a taxpayer. Not that that means a lot. But on the other hand, we represent an element in the community that wants to see good and increasing improvement. I'm very supportive of 11.2 and the district's attention to these issues. I very much appreciate all that has been done to date, and I'm 100% behind those advancements and that development that is ongoing. Because I am also a part of Rocket Phonics in ways for many years, I believe this system and program follows along with every criteria that has been laid out. Expanding professional learning and science of reading endorsements, and structured literacy practices. Ours is a totally science-based methodology. I believe it's actually superior. It's been studied by institutions much larger than this one, including the University of UCLA, and has been endorsed as an outstanding program. But there have also been longitudinal studies in other ways that show this is a very effective program and advances children at a remarkable rate. Now, David didn't mention this, but we had a program that we were invited in to work with Booker Middle School last year. And Booker Middle School is a part of that program. So reading advancement, et cetera, is encouraged by the school district. So I'm just saying, want to be a part. We feel like these steps and processes are very important, and MOUs are being written with other organizations, and I believe that these expected outcomes can be enhanced by a program like ours. And community engagement, I believe, is a very important part of advancing the total perspective of education in our community. The more engagement, volunteers, systems that assist in all the goals, I believe, are very important and can create even greater advancements. I would just say in a personal way that this one, well, I don't have enough time, so I'm not going to say it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robin Pickett and Alessandra Smith.
Good evening, Chair Marinelli, members of the board, and Superintendent Connor. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Robin Pickett, and I'm a full-time resident of Sarasota. I'm here tonight to speak on item 11.7422, Library, Media, Center Management, and Objection to Use. I urge you to vote no on approving the document as it stands. While I appreciate the effort to create clear guidelines, this document in its current form is simply not ready for approval. It contains significant errors and inconsistencies that will lead to confusion, unfairness, and potential legal consequences for our district. We cannot adopt a policy that is broken from the start. Let me highlight just a couple of the issues with the document as it stands. First, in section 4, which deals with challenge materials, it states that objections based on sexual conduct books will be removed in 5 days, and it refers to section 3D 1 and 2 for further detail. However, there is no section 3D in the entire document. This is a phantom reference. How can we follow a rule that leads to nowhere? Secondly, in section 4B, states that residents without school-age children are not subject to items 5A and C. However, 5A and C deal with the definitions for judging if a book is pornographic or suitable for students, not a logical or coherent reference. My guess is the document intended to reference sections 4A and C, not 5A and C. However, assuming that and you make that change, it would result in a double negative, resulting in residents of Sarasota without school-age children being allowed to make unlimited objections, which is not what I think this document intends. I know, clear as mud. This document is filled with errors. It's confusing, contradictory, and utterly unworkable. These are not minor typos. They are fundamental flaws in the ability to provide clear, fair, and legally defensible guidance. Approving this document tonight would be an irresponsible act. I urge you to table this document, send it back for full review, and bring it back when it is clear, consistent, and truly ready to serve the students and the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alessandra Smith and Alex Doherty.
Good evening. My name is Alessandra Smith, and I'm a proud student currently in Riverview High School's IB program. I've been a part of this county my entire life, attending Ashton Elementary and Sarasota Middle in the past. The agenda proposal to move our October 21st meeting from 6 p.m. to 10 a.m. may seem like a slight scheduling tweak on the surface, but for many of us, many of our parents, our teachers, and our staff members, this proposal is anything but small. Many teachers do not leave school until 3 p.m. at the earliest, and even then, they still have lives outside of their jobs. Lives that include picking up their kids, making dinner, maybe even attending a second occupation. Lives that prove that our teachers are humans too. Our school board emphasizes their focus on every student every day. But how will our students be given the chance to speak about what is happening in their own schools if they are physically sitting in those schools at the very time they are being asked to raise their concerns at a meeting? How can our voices truly be heard if the meetings are scheduled when students are in class, parents are at work, and teachers are running their classrooms? By holding meetings at 10 a.m., we are setting up a system that excludes the very people who are most affected by board decisions by silencing them and their firsthand opinions. When people feel excluded, cynicism grows. When trust declines, cooperation declines along with it. When students, parents, and teachers feel that they can't influence decisions, education suffers, not just in our test scores that impact your statistics, but in how students see themselves in this community. So, tonight, I urge you to think of the agenda proposal to move our October 21st meeting from 6 p.m. to 10 a.m., not just as a scheduling shift, but as a way to choose what community you want to build and what community you want to uphold. Vote no on this agenda item and instead, reconsider the factors that impact your community members, not just the aspects that affect the people sitting before me, behind a desk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex Doherty and Jeff Craig.
Hello, board. My name is Alex, and I'm a senior at Suncoast Polytechnical High School, as well as a trans member of the community. And I'd like to clarify, I'm not here as a representative of like some big wealthy organization. I'm here for myself and my brother and all those like me and him in the county who can't be here. And as I'm sure you remember, my brother and I have spoken to you about the harassment we both have faced, him in particular spilling his guts at this podium about the profound ways it affected him. It seems that some information was lost in translation translation, though, so I'll just speak to you in plain terms this time. Just logic, just facts. And the fact is that if you remove enumerated protections for queer and trans people, students will die. Students will die. Students will die who wouldn't otherwise, because enumerated protections would have kept them safe. Protections that aren't written don't exist, and you cannot afford to rely on a kind teacher or particularly attentive administrator when lives are on the line. I understand that we're currently in a difficult political situation at the moment, and when it comes to enumerated protections. So, while I'd most encourage you to table this, I understand you can't. So I'll ask instead for you to vote in favor of the originally altered version with no enumerated protections, as it allows for some ambiguity and some leeway, unlike the version that lists some in a way that can be interpreted in a way that excludes others.
Thank you. Jeff Craig and Lola Smith.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jeff Craig, resident of Sarasota. I've been here 6 years, and the longer I stay, the less I like what I see. I agree that the school board meetings should not be changed to 10 a.m., mainly for the students who do show up here. And it really surprises me the amount of kids that show up here, who sound more intelligent than some of the adults who get up here and speak. So, you know, part of being a teenager and going to high school is you're under 18. You don't have the same legal rights as everyone else. You can't make the decision. You don't have the agency. So if they're in school, they can't be here. And they can't just say, I'm not going to go to school, because they don't have that voice. They don't have that right to say that. So please keep it at a reasonable time for everyone to attend. The second thing I'd like to talk about is the disciplinary language. And it's been pointed out over and over and over again that we don't want to have these enumerated classes listed for the simple reason that we don't want to leave anyone else, leave anyone else out or discriminate against someone in that manner. And the whole thing about that is that the only reason that those are enumerated is because those were the people that were suffering and were being discriminated against and hurt. So over time, we added those in so we know that people would have an opportunity to speak up and complain if it was happening to them and they were one of those protected classes. And now they don't get the opportunity to look at that and think that and say that. And for those reasons, I wish that this wouldn't be voted on, but I know that it's sort of the end. Last thing would be the school vouchers and also these private schools or charter schools for money. I really feel like you guys do a really good job of managing all these crises that come before you. But at the same time, I think we're really doing a good job of managing it into the ground instead of getting ahead of it. Because everything that we're doing as far as with the legislative agenda, it's not working. And we're just going to be chasing ourselves down into the ground, managing it very well. On. Thank you.
Thank you. Lola Smith and Kent Ostrander.
Hello, my name is Lola Smith. I'm 14 years old and I'm a queer student. I'm speaking on 11.15. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to our duly elected board members and Karen. I can't help but notice the many opinions being shared today. There aren't any belonging to actual students. Speaking as a high school student myself, school is not easy. There is a ton of pressure. Everyone is trying into college, to have friends, succeed at sports, and get good grades. But the hardest part of being a student is navigating it socially. For some students, school is a place they dread every day. Students get called names, picked on, harassed, and sometimes physically assaulted. LGBTQIA+ and BIPOC communities are disproportionately affected by harassment and bullying. It reduces attendance, causes lower grades, and raises suicide rates. It's an important work of school boards like yourself to ensure these students have a safe learning environment. one where we are protected from discrimination. You should be focused on making students feel safer, which will directly lead to schools getting better ratings, rather than targeting them with harmful legislation geared to drop their ratings so that you replace them with charter schools. The Sarasota School Board motto is every student, every day. Consistently, your votes have made me feel excluded from supposed every student you claim to represent. This is exactly why words like all don't work. I would like to point out that this is what happens when bullying policies is put in the hands of the bullies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kent Ostrander and Sebastian Martinez.
Is she saying that is happening? Because if it's happening right now, I think that I would request the chair to have Superintendent Connor have someone go out and talk to her. If that
Thank you,
is
Ms.
the
Rose.
role of
Yep.
the chair, I'm just concerned that if that is something that is being said happening, it needs to be addressed by administration, not the board.
Is your mic on?
Looks like it is.
Okay.
Is it on? Madam Chairman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present tonight, and thank you for your work. I've heard various words generally said tonight at volume 6 or 7 that you're shameful, that you're hiding, you have a secret agenda, and that you're not doing your jobs. I disagree. I'm not here to speak about any one of you because I don't know any of you. But you were vetted by the people of this county to do your job. And I want to encourage you to lead. Do what you know is right. The worst thing that could happen would be for you all who have been vetted to not fulfill all that's in your heart that you have for these students, for these principals, for these teachers, and most of all for these parents who are ultimately responsible for educating their children. Lead. If 10 a.m. is the best time for you to have a meeting, have it at 10 a.m. Make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak, have their voices heard, because you need all the counsel that you can get. But you're going to have to set aside some, as you know, and you're going to be able to pick up new counsel that you hadn't thought of and move forward. But don't be battered by folks that are just unsettled. Go ahead and lead. It's unfortunate today, and we're all aware of the times in these last 10 days, that the dialogue between right and left, conservative and liberal, is not well done. And we can get better at it. And we should get better at it, even at this level and the lowest level in the school board realm. There was a study released from Rutgers University, and I'm not going to distinguish whether it was right or left on the figures that I'm going to give you. But there was a study released today that said 4.5 of those on one side of the aisle felt like it was okay to have political violence. That's 1 out of every 20. The other side, I'm not going to distinguish which one it was, had 21.6%. 21.6 said that sometimes political violence was necessary. If safety is at all an issue, choose to meet when you want to meet so you can do your jobs. Lead on.
Thank you.
Sebastian Martinez and William Dobro.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Again, my name is Sebastian Martinez, and I'm a proud graduate of Booker High School. I wanted to speak on the agenda item, I think it was 11.16, the change in meeting times. I feel like we've had this conversation multiple times regarding either the public policy or when the best time is to have these meetings, and obviously you can't satisfy everybody. But one thing that is, I think, really abundantly clear, if you're a student, If you're a teacher, you are in class, as you've heard, at 10 a.m. If you're a working parent, for example, my mom and my dad wake up either at 6 or 7 in the morning and they go work in construction every single day. Parents like that, or typically the 9 to 5, which a lot of working families have, wouldn't be able to participate in these board meetings. And to echo Paulina, it does fit, unfortunately, with the brand of a majority of this school board. It has a history of shutting down speakers and silencing the community. And I would also like to ask for clarification if this time change is just for October. And correct me if I'm wrong, during the workshop, Robin brought it up. You cited the story with the parent that wouldn't be able to attend unless it was 10 a.m. Karen Rose agreed, and Ms. Ziegler, you agreed as well, and floated 7 a.m. Oh, girl. I don't know about 7. During that same workshop, you, Ms. Marinelli, you spoke about the importance of fostering a strong sense of civics in respect to the semi-quincentennial. But as a student who sat in civics courses, I'm super passionate about civic education. It's something I did a lot during my time in college. What good is a civic education if students are specifically barred from participating in civics? The semi-quincentennial celebration of our country's 250th birthday. And part of our country's founding is our First Amendment and our ability to hold our elected officials accountable, a right to petition our government. And so I ask that you either consider and not change these times to 10 a.m. or have that be the consistent regular, or if a morning time is more accessible to more parents, then go back to having 2 meetings a month and having 1 meeting at 10 a.m. and 1 meeting at 6 p.m. so that more people can participate. And got 20 seconds left. Back to First Amendment. I do want to remind again, Ms. Marinelli, as chair, I'm not trying to single you out. It is very clear to watch the difference on how you selectively silence some speakers, interrupt them, and say what's on the agenda, which there's a court case for that.
William Dobro and Cy Smith.
Hi, William Dobro, Sarasota County resident, and here to speak on a few different agenda items. I'm going to get these out of the way first. It's the meal services, and for the charter schools, they have to have certain computers with certain, there's certain requirements, software and hardware requirements. On pages, on the long agenda, pages 720, 733, 746, 760, 77, 74, 787, 800, 813, 826, 839, 853. There's a table, and it specifies the hardware and software requirements for the computers that will be used to facilitate this, and it's out of date. It specifies as Windows 7 being a minimum requirement for these computers, and somebody needs to look at that before you guys sign a contract on that. Windows 10 and support, Microsoft's going to end support for that. I think the beginning of October, next month sometime. And so if you're not at 11, if you're not at Windows 11, you're not going to get the updates, which is going to inhibit your ability to prevent hacks and maintain a stable environment, which could affect the speed that the children zoom through the line and get to eat with their half hour. And so you want to take a look at that. And that's not for the Sarasota County schools, but you guys might want to take a look at yours as well. It does specify that there's more than one machine, that they be connected by Ethernet cable, and I'd love to see that stay. For reasons I'll get into at a different meeting. Congratulations, Karen, good to see you back. Mr. Connor, it's been, I looked at this last workshop, and you guys have got a lot of I's to dot and a lot of T's to cross on a lot of different things. And I appreciate your passion to move forward and be proactive in tackling these problems. You got a bunch of stuff to do. And part of that is potentially moving out of this building, and I think that mid-county somewhere would be a great idea to relocate to. And I've got more to say.
Thank you.
Side Smith and Katie Smith.
Hi there, my name is Zaide Smith with Voices of Florida. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm here to talk to you about the revisions to the Student Code of Conduct. All is a small word. It's a simple, sweeping syllable meant to mean everything and everyone. But history has taught us that all rarely means what it claims. When the U.S. Constitution declared that all men are created equal, a darker truth lived beneath that ink. At that very moment, souls, stolen, shackled, and sold, were in chains on stolen land. People of color, stripped of their freedom, were not part of that all. Love between same-sex partners was branded a crime, and affection became a death sentence because LGBTQ folks were not part of that all. The poor were swept from the streets, beaten, jailed, and stoned because their poverty was deemed a threat to public order, because the poor were not part of that all. And yet the Constitution spoke as if none of it were true. It proclaimed a beautiful lie, that all men are equal. What it should have said was white, wealthy, heterosexual men stand equal under the law. Instead, it cloaked exclusion in the illusion of inclusion. The word all has never been enough to shield those whom power forgets. Today, that same word, deceptively neutral and dangerously vague, is being used to erase the lived realities of students who face hate, not in history books, but in hallways. By stripping explicit protections from the Student Code of Conduct and replacing named identities with the word all, you open the door to interpretation, to ignorance, and to cruelty. 1 in 3 LGBTQIA+ students face in-person bullying in school, which is more than double the rate of their straight cisgender peers. Nearly a third of BIPOC students report being bullied while trying to learn in the very rooms meant to uplift them. To say all without saying who is not protection, it's abandonment. Vulnerable students do not need vague promises. They need clarity, they need recognition, they need protection. By name, by truth, and by policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Smith and Reed Medavoy.
Hello, I am Reverend Katie Smith with Haven Community Church, here as a parent of at least one LGBTQIA+ child. Lola, I love you so much. I'm so proud of you. A citizen and a pastor who cares deeply about our kids. At the heart of this conversation is really something very simple, and that is that every child deserves to feel safe at school. It's not political, it's not controversial, it's just basic. And I pray every day that my kids come home to me safe from their respective schools. In this world, I have to. The reason that LGBTQIA+ students are named in this code of conduct is because they're bullied at a much higher rate than their counterparts, than their cis straight peers. Keeping that language in doesn't hurt anybody, but taking it out sends a very clear message to those students that their safety matters less. And we all know that you understand that your votes tonight are going to directly affect them and resonate with them and every future generation of Sarasota students within these communities. I also want to point out that if these conversations are being had at times when students and their families can't attend, then you're silencing the very voices that should be heard and protected in the first place. These policies affect their lives daily. They deserve to be in the room, to share their experiences, and to know that their voices matter. Most importantly, they need to know their voices are being heard. Listening and hearing are very different. Parents trust schools to protect their children, and our community has entrusted you with that responsibility. At the end of the day, this is about trust. So we are simply asking you to honor that trust. keep protecting these kids, keep the enumerations in place, hold these conversations at times when students and their families and this community can actually take part in. And furthermore, when they do, listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reed Medavoy and Linda Larson.
Evening, everybody. My name is Reed Medavoy, and I am the senior class president for Suncoast Polytechnical High School, along for this being my first school board meeting. So I'm really grateful to see everybody here, and I'm sorry to immediately get to business, but I am not the biggest fan of 11:16 changing the date or the time to 10 a.m. I feel like as a student who unfortunately still has one more year left, I am in class, and although there are online, I heard there was like a forum or like a way to talk, it's not nearly as powerful as being up here right now and speaking directly to the faces that are able to have all the power in the decisions that affect the parents, the teachers, and the students. In fact, even today, there are multiple students who couldn't come because their schedules were so full past 6, but to think that 10 is when they've already been booked for school events is also very much of an issue. Another thing is that I believe our police are very capable, and I think they're great with escorting people. Therefore, I think that no one is in danger, especially this late at night when the meetings end. I know this one is especially full, but I trust our police will have everybody hopefully escorted safely. Along with, I think that as I've begun to try to be more involved in school-related events and try to help my school become more flourishing and have more of a percent graduate and a percent acceleration rate, I think that it's great that I tried to really learn more, and I think that it would be very sad not to really be tuned in to the future meetings if they were at a time where I cannot come or view them. And that should be all for me. You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Larson and Tracy Lipton.
Hi, my name is Linda Larson. I've been a resident of Sarasota, Florida since 1961. I attended Brookside, Riverview, MCC, MJC at the time, University of South Florida, and Florida State, all here in Sarasota County. So I am a product of the Sarasota school system. And a lot of things have been concerning me lately, specifically as it relates to everything, a lot of things on the agenda, what's been going on with vouchers. But the thing I'd like to focus on is I've been working in the association world, corporate world, speaking to large groups who are looking for the ways to be most effective in their businesses. What do they need to do? And it's been determined with a lot of data that companies and associations who have the best communication lines open, who have transparency, are way more effective than those who don't feel like they have communication lines are open to find out what's going on. No news is not good news. People want to know what's going on. And unfortunately, at some of the meetings that we have, if they are going to change to 10 o'clock in the morning, that flies in the face of this. We're not going to get the teachers, we're not going to get the students, and we're not going to get the parents. So those people want to know. I believe that it would be easier to solve the problem of getting you folks out safely to your car than it would be to get thousands and thousands of students and parents away from their jobs so that they could go to a meeting at 10 o'clock. I think the simpler problem to solve is getting you folks out to your car, and we've got awesome security. The other thing about this is that when you put people together and you ask for their input, what happens is you get a lot of creative ideas. And there's another principle in business that says if you want to get a good idea, you've got to get a lot of them. And many of them are going to be pretty ugly and you're not going to use them. But it may not be the idea that you have, Liz, or someone out here has, but it's the idea that it makes her think of that it makes then him think of. None of these are working until somebody back here has an idea based off all those ideas. And bingo, we start to have something that looks like it has promise. So you have a collective wisdom here in your parents, in your students. I went to the town hall meeting in Northport. I was blown away by the students who had awesome ideas, who never got a chance to speak because there wasn't enough time. So I'm encouraging you to keep the lines of communication open, full transparency, and make those meetings happen when people can attend and listen to their input and let them feel like they're a part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Lipton and Timothy Nasanolis.
School board members, addressing moving the school board meeting to 10 a.m. I asked the reasoning behind it. Is it to lessen the voices of children, parents, and taxpayers? Because as this all appears, I mean, tell me the agenda is demolishing public school systems without telling me the agenda is demolishing public school systems. First, get the people to vote for it, and then subsequently create a budget crisis, such as $45 million lost in Sarasota County schools. Then bring in Fiona McFarland to change the rating system to wrongfully make A schools look like they're failing, bring in schools of hope until all public schools close, and then force all the children into private and charter schools. Look at this room. Look and listen to the children. Read your emails from parents and students. Look at those children in the program at Booker and the promise in their future. And then I implore you to look in the mirror and search your souls, and please make the right decisions to keep Sarasota County schools open. I don't know exactly when leading with intelligence and integrity became a negative, but if you bring it back, it could really make Sarasota and America great again. And not for nothing, but school board members walking to the cars has not been a problem, but children shot dead in schools is.
Thank you.
Timothy Nasanolis and Ali Chung.
Good evening. I, Timothy Nasanolis, Ali Chung, Ava Lenners, Shreya Ashok, Daria Shabanina, and Madeline Bailey are not speaking on agenda items, and we would like to yield our time and have our names placed on the list for general comment later on in the meeting. Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, Madeline Bailey and Michelle Posey.
Hi, Michelle Posey. Tonight I would like to first address the student code of conduct that you're addressing today. All clearly means all. I don't want to sit here and pretend as adults in this room that we don't understand it, because our motto is every student, every day. So clearly we didn't have enumerations needed there. We all understand what all means, but it's more important to address that hate has gone without accountability in this room. And really nobody talks about it. What am I referring to? For those of you that don't know, who maybe haven't come to board meetings in a while, back in 2020, Tom Edwards was voted in as District 3 representative. But if I look back at his social media post through 2017, 2018, and 2019, shows some very strong rhetoric that he posted. One in that really startles me is that he calls every Trump supporter Nazis. Every Trump supporter Nazis. Talks about white. Yes, it is, because I'm talking about the student code of conduct. This doesn't sit well given the recent political assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's okay, I can talk louder. If you really want proper enumerations and protections in our student code of conduct, maybe it should read protecting Christian, MAGA, American First conservatives, given we're the ones that have been slaughtered lately. Again, I'm sure everybody here understands that all means all. Going on to the voucher program, has anybody bothered to ask why so many, and then he waves his arm because he's the leader of the circus, you understand that. The reason why so many students and so many parents have left the school system is because parental rights in education is a foundation now here in Florida. Have you ever asked yourself, where did the parents go? They're exercising their right because you first took it from them when you put masks on their children's faces against their will. Now, I've seen the thousands of students and families that this has harmed, and I've seen them scramble last minute to try to find different education. You know what? They used choice, Edwards, because you first took it from them. I think it's important for a history lesson to take place at this dais, for people to understand that what you said earlier in this meeting, that it matters who you vote for. It's exactly right. You have to pay attention who's on that ballot. The last thing I'd like to address is the time change. I'm not really for it or against it, but I would like to note that the Board of County Commissioners here in Sarasota, as well as the hospital board, all meet at 10 a.m., and I don't see the outpouring there of that being a big issue. You know what you do if you want to attend a meeting for 4 hours on one day a month? You use PTO time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Arena.
Good evening, board.
Oh, no, you're
Am I done? Well, thank you. I like to be brief. Good evening, Ms. Marinelli. Congratulations to your elevation. Ms. Rose, good to see you back. Superintendent Connor, great job. I'm here to praise the school board for the job they've done. I think it's a difficult job. I don't know how you do it. I couldn't. Thank you for doing it. But I did want to talk a bit about the item that got punted from the last board meeting, I think erroneously, referring to the word all. The reason I'm concerned about that is, are you saying, or is it being implied that if you don't use the word, if certain things are enumerated, the things that aren't enumerated aren't as important? Right? Say something like, for instance, bullying. Say you're being bullied because of intelligence or lack thereof. Now, this is not meant to be self-serving, but I'll give a personal example. When I was in grammar school, straight A student and good school, we had to move. We didn't move to a new town, and we couldn't get into a good school. I was in a less performing school, and I was doing cursive. My peers weren't. I did my multiplication tables. I think 12 times 12 still equals 144. And I was reading ahead, and I was doing horribly. So the school board said, let's double promote him. My mother fortunately said no, because the next year I got in, so I was bullied that year. The next year I got into a better school, but now I was a dummy because I couldn't keep up. It was the 4th grade. So kids were a year ahead of me, so I had to really bust my hump to catch up, and eventually I did. So I say those are my character building years in terms of what was accomplished. And the reason I bring that up is one of the things that we have to do, parents, and oh, by the way, I've been paying tax in this county for 25 years, just for some perspective. One of the things that you learn relatively very quickly is that bullying takes place all the time, and not just in schools. And one of the things as parents and teachers and advisors is we have to teach students coping mechanisms. Usually that means words. Sometimes it means you have to fight back. And what you find about bullies, most bullies are low self-esteem, they're cowards, they back off. So, and it doesn't end in school. One of the things we can teach kids at school is how to learn these coping, because when you're on the board level, as you are there or I've been, you find bullies on school boards, and you find bullies on regular boards, and you have to use these coping mechanisms. And there's a bully on this board, for instance, and in one instance, this individual was pushed down, and he immediately became the victim. So my bottom line is, let's keep the word all in, and we'll be good for everybody, because Thank you.
Thank you. I will now transfer the gavel to Superintendent Connor in order to proceed with the board reorganization. Consider it passed.
Thank you. So, School Board Policy 2.21 requires that the school board elect a chairperson if a vacancy occurs in the existing chairperson position, which we currently have. Once the board selects a new chairperson, that person will serve, in this case, until the November reorganization meeting, and then we will reconvene another reorganization. We will also elect a vice chair, and I will conduct this election as required by law. So before we begin, let's briefly explain the process and the parameters for the election. Any board member may nominate anyone else on the board, including themselves. All 5 of you are eligible to serve as chair or vice chair. A nomination does not require a second. So when I ask for nomination, just please raise your hand and state the name of the person that you wish to nominate. You may share a brief statement about your nominee if you wish, but that is not required. If only one person is nominated, the individual will be elected by acclamation. If more than one person is nominated, we will proceed with a vote by ballot. Each board member's ballot will include their name, the name of the nominee that they're voting for. The ballots are considered public record, and as a result, each board member's votes will be read aloud and recorded. So at this time, I'll begin the election process. I'll now conduct the election for chair, so please raise your hand if you would like to make a nomination for chair. Ms. Rose.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Marinelli, currently serving as a vice chair, to the position of chair.
Okay, we have one nomination for Ms. Robin Marinelli. Any other nominations? Okay, at this time, I'll close nominations for chair, and by virtue of having one nominee, by acclamation of all 5 of you, Ms. Marinelli will serve as chair for the school board. Congratulations.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll conduct the election for vice chair. So please raise your hand if you would like to nominate someone for vice chair. Ms. Rose?
Thank you, Superintendent Connor. I would like to nominate Mrs. Ziegler for the position of vice chair.
We have one nomination for Ms. Ziegler. Any other nominations? Ms. Barker?
I don't think this has to be terribly contentious. I would nominate Mr. Edwards to be the vice chair as the representative of the minority on the board, and as neither Mrs. Marinelli or Mr. Edwards has served in the chair position while Ms. Ziegler and Ms. Rose have, it just makes sense to make it not political and just common sense. So I'm nominating Mr. Edwards.
All right, we have 2 nominations, one Mr. Edwards and one for Ms. Ziegler. Any other nominations? Okay, at this time, we're going to pass out the ballots, and you will write either, if you select Mr. Edwards for vice chair, write down Mr. Edwards' name. If you choose Ms. Ziegler, write down Ms. Ziegler's name. All right, I'll now read the results of the vote. Ms. Ziegler has voted for Ms. Ziegler. Ms. Marinelli has voted for Ms. Ziegler. Mr. Edwards for Mr. Edwards. Karen Rose for Ms. Ziegler, and Liz Barker for Mr. Edwards. So with 3 votes for Ms. Ziegler, you have been declared our new vice chair. Thank you. This concludes the reorganization portion of the meeting, and I'll now pass the gavel back to Ms. Marinelli.
Okay, we will now take a 10-minute recess, and we will reconvene back at 8:15. This is strange. I just 1 minute. Let me chew my fish. Would everyone please be seated? We're going to resume the meeting now. May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move approval of the minutes as presented.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any comments? Okay. I see nobody has any comments, so please vote. The motion carries 5-0. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any comments? No comments? Please vote. Uh-oh, didn't come up.
That's true.
The motion passed 5-0. Okay, now we are going on to the new business. Mr. Connor, will you please present on item 11.1, please, the attendance boundaries for Welland Park, Northport, and Venice High Schools?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we are here today to approve the Welland Park new boundary attendance that affects Welland Park, Northport, and Venice High Schools. These boundaries have been developed with the guidance of the Boundary Advisory Committee, as well as the district planning team, to relieve capacity at those two schools, as well as prepare for the opening of Welland Park High School in August of 2026. So we believe that the boundaries, who had a lot of community input, are the most feasible to meet the projected growth for South County, and we're excited to present this item for your approval today.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I move for adoption of the recommended new attendance boundaries for Welland Park, Northport, and Venice High Schools.
Second.
Any comments? Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I know it's a long night, and I know we have many items ahead of us. I want to thank the entire community who's consistently come out and been engaged. Our team. I was actually, to be very candid, very nervous about this redistricting. I think it was at the last meeting that it is different there. There's something very special about Venice High School being a center of it. And at the end of the day, I think using Sky Ranch as an example of seeing how each family being concerned with the potential, the unknown, the disruption, or perceived disruption was really supported by staff. I have confidence that many of the concerns that were addressed at the previous meetings with members of the public about the redistricting, what that would do as far as families being, when you have a senior versus a lower classman, as well as some other the items relating to programmatic pieces. I feel very confident and want to reassure, and I will be, and I hope, Mr. Connor, you can support us here, that we will continuously be reaching out to those families to make sure that they are properly served in the best way possible. These zones will allow us to move forward so that we can see what the actual numbers are, and then work family by family to make sure we're supporting them because we know how critically important it is. So I will be supporting this. Thank you, Dr. Kemp. Thank you for the entire team. Again, this was not a small effort. It was a large lift, but you guys did incredibly well. And thank you, Mr. Edwards, for being very visible and working with many people at the community as well as we work through this process.
Ms. Barker?
I would just like to add to that I think it's really important for the community to know that the recommended maps that we're voting on were actually brought forward by a community member. And we are very, very grateful for the input from the community on this, and thank those people who took the time and effort to help us find the best way to move forward. So I just think that's an important thing for y'all to know, and I will be supporting it.
Any further comment? Please vote.
We like to keep everyone in suspense.
I think we need to take a voice vote. Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Ms. Barker?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, so passes 5-0. Mr. Connor, will you please present item 11.2, the walking description for Welland Park High School, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, if you don't mind, I'll pair the next two since they're kind of the similar and set it up, and then you can just vote
Okay.
for both of those. 11.2 is the walking description for Welland Park High School. It provides the official description that we submit to the county for the attendance zone. It's required for school operations and the transportation planning. And then 11.3 is the revisions to the descriptions for Northport and Venice High that serve the same purpose.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Yes, I move that the Sarasota County School Board approve the walking description for the new Welland Park High School attendance zone.
Second.
Any comments? Seeing none, please vote. The motion carries 5-0. May I have a motion for item 11.3?
I move that the Sarasota County School Board approve the revisions to the walking descriptions for Northport High School and Venice High School attendance zones.
Second.
Any comments? Seeing none, please vote. We'll have another Voice vote. Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mrs. Barker?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. The motion passes 5-0. Mr. Connor, will you please present item number 11.4, the 2026 legislative priorities, please?
Yes, so the board has worked diligently over the last few months, or at least few weeks, on our legislative priorities. This is guiding our advocacy efforts as we push forward through the next session in Tallahassee. We'll be here before you know it. The priorities do include, obviously, adequate and accurate funding, accountability for all of the funds that we receive, improving the scholarship tracking mechanisms, as well as adjustments to the Schools of Hope legislation. So once we approve this, we'll be able to use this as our advocacy efforts with our local delegation, as well as our lobbyists.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I move that the Sarasota County School Board approve the 2026 legislative priorities.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote.
Voice vote.
The motion passed by 5-0. Thank you. Mr. Connor, would you please present item number 11.5, Chapter 2, Policy Revision, and 2.23, School Board Rules Policies?
Yes, ma'am. The next several items from 11.5 through 11.11 are chapter policy reviews. We've done this over the last few months with advertisements and workshops. We've discussed several policies. So we're bringing them in the bundle of each chapter. So the first one here in 11.5 is Chapter 2, related to governance, and I submit these items as presented for your approval. I will. It's going to just 11.5 for now.
May I have a motion? May I have a motion?
Yes, I move that the board approve the revised policies under 11.5. We're only doing 11.5? Yes, okay, so.
One at a time.
One at a time.
2.23, school board rule policies.
Second.
Any discussion? No. Seeing none, please vote. Motion carries 5-0. Mr. Connor, will you please present on this item, 11.6, Chapter 3, Policy Revisions, 3.24, 3.25, 3.45, 3.90, 3.242, and 3.401.
Yeah, so these policies are related to various items under administration, whether that be school safety, AEDs, contract background screenings, charter schools, trespass authority, and locked doors. We talked about these in recent workshops and have publicly advertised them, and they are presented for you for approval.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Yes, I move to approve the new revised board policies for 3.24, 3.25, 3.45, 3.90, 3.242, and 3.401.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. The motion carries 5-0. Mr. Connor, will you please present this item? Item number 11.7, Chapter 4, Policy Revisions, 4.22 and 4.72.
Yes, I want to thank our public commenters. There was one policy that was actually brought up during public comment that I would like to table for tonight so that we can review that, and that was related to the library media selection process. So that is 4.22, but I would suggest that we move forward with the other policy, 4.72, related to home education and private school students. So I guess you have to make a motion, or 11.7 will table 4.22 and approve 4.72.
I move approval 4.72, participation of home education and private school students in extracurricular activities.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion carries 5-0. Mr. Connor, will you now present this item? Number 11.8, Chapter 5, Policy Revisions, 5.34, 5.38, 5.40, 5.62, 5.80, and 5.305.
Yes, this is Chapter 5 related to students. These items pertain to policies recovering expulsion, electronic devices, attendance, medication, athletics, and threat management to reflect the statutory changes that occurred in the last legislative session, and they have been advertised as required.
Thank you.
I move that the School Board of Sarasota approve the revised policies 5.34, 5.38, 5.40, 5.62, 5.80, 5.305.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Motion passes 5-0. Mr. Connor, would you please present this item? 11.9, Chapter 6, Policy Revisions, 6.17, 6.29, 6.30, 6.91, 6.144, 6.145, 6.541, 6.915.
Thank you. Yes, Chapter 6 related to human services. These policies are related to topics such as employment requirements, reporting misconduct, criminal offense arrests, salary schedules, paraprofessionals, substitute employees, annual leave, sick leave used by family members. And they are reflected of new statutory changes and have been advertised as required.
May I have a motion?
Yes, I moved that the School Board of Sarasota County approve the revised policies, specifically Policy 6.17, Policy 6.29, Policy 6.30, Policy 6.91, Policy 6.144, Policy 6.145, Policy 6.541, and Policy 6.915.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. We need to take a voice vote. Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mrs. Barker?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Motion passes. Mr. Connor, will you please present item 11.10, Chapter 7, Policy Revision 7.60?
Yes, this policy, there's only one under this chapter for business services related to audits, and this has been workshopped and advertised as required.
May I have a motion?
I move that the Sarasota County School Board approve the revised policy.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Yeah, we'll just finish the night doing a voice vote. Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Mrs. Ziegler? Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mrs. Barker?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Motion passes. Mr. Connor, will you now present this item? Item number 11.11, Chapter 8, Policy Revisions, 8.16, 8.31, 8.111.
These three policies in Chapter 8 are regarding emergency drills, transportation safety, hazardous walking conditions, and building access controls. We have workshopped these policies to align with the new statutory requirements and advertise them as required.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I move that the Sarasota County School Board approve the revised policies in Chapter 8, 8.16, 8.31, 8.111.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mrs. Barker?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Motion passes. Mr. Duggan, will you now present this item? Item number 11.12, request to schedule private meeting.
Sure. Yes. So the Florida statute, specifically 286.011 subsection 8, which is under the open meetings chapter of the statutes, has created a statutory scheme that balances the need for the board to sometimes meet in private to discuss litigation, because you're required as a default rule to meet only in public and have discussions only in public. This is one of the statutory exceptions to that general rule, and it allows you to talk about litigation and things like that, specifically in this case, this particular case, without showing all cards to the public, so that we can maintain leverage in those negotiations. So this particular request is to, and the statutory scheme requires that you announce the request in public, approve a private meeting in public. Here you would be approving a private meeting today to be held on October 21st, 2025, at a time to be publicly noticed well in advance and at that time you'll discuss this particular bit of litigation.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Yes, I move that the board approve the request to schedule a private meeting concerning a settlement negotiations to take place on October 21st, 2025.
Second.
And to clarify, in the case of Jane Doe versus School Board of Sarasota County, Florida, case number 2022 CA 004924NC, and again, that's pursuant to 286.011 sub 8.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mrs. Barker?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Motion passes. Mr. Connor, will you now present this item? Item number 11.13, new job description, Deputy Chief of Police.
Yes, this item before you is to approve the new job description for the Deputy Chief of Police. The purpose of this position is to strengthen structure within our school police department. Right now, we currently have a gap in both internal affairs investigations and succession planning. So by establishing this position, it's going to create stability, continuity of command, and a clear pathway for future leadership. Importantly, through this restructuring of the command staff, we'll be able to implement this in a way that will be a cost savings to the district. We will be looking at all positions at the command staff level and then restructuring for that savings. So the expected outcome really is just to have a more well-trained, more engaged workforce so that we can really deliver on our promise of safety for our students. So I ask for your favor in voting this item as presented.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I move that the Sarasota County School Board approve the new job description, Deputy Chief of Police.
Second.
Any discussion? Mrs. Ziegler?
Thank you. I appreciate this. I know it was brought forward as a member of public comment, but I also know historically, I appreciate we are looking at long-term planning. I am very grateful to have Mr. Enos in the position that he is because he is truly the best in the nation. That is disputed. The reality is that this department, school police departments are unique, very, very unique, and are not necessarily easy to fill and find the right people for that position. That's very important. So to be very candid, I was a little uncertain when this came forward because the last thing we want is more bloat. But I also have seen over the last year or two about the cyclical nature of staffing. And I think that's too important. And I believe everyone in this community supports that when it comes to school safety. And so having a long-term plan in place, and when we have a strong person to take on that position, it really puts us in a better position to be successful. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Mrs. Ziegler. Ms. Rose?
Thank you, Ms. Marinelli. I will also be supporting it. I want to commend Chief Enos for his willingness to serve in the capacity with his incredible talent and incredible history in this, not only in the school district, but in this community at large. And Chief Enos not only has the qualifications and the skills to be a leader nationally and internationally, he has a very, very long respected relationship with the Sarasota Sheriff's Department, which we rely on. So in addition to getting a chief of police in the position with your history, we also have someone who knows and collaborates and has for decades with the Sarasota County Sheriff's Department. So I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Rose. Any other discussion? I will also be supporting this, and I concur with what Ms. Ziegler and Ms. Rose said. Thank you. Mr. Connor?
I just want to add it because I know we had some comments tonight, and we like to address them when we think it's appropriate. And I know there was concerns about the number of changes in chief, and that has been a concern. Okay. Making sure that we have a qualified person who has the credentials, who has the experience, and has the commitment to be here in Sarasota County. I think we have found that with Chief Enos. That has been the struggle. Ever since I've got on board, there was an interim there. And then we had, I believe, a commit issue to Sarasota County in the previous chief. And I think we have filled that gap, and we've got the right person in the role. And I think this, in terms of, I want to be clear, this is not adding bloat. This is going to be streamlining that position. So we will realize a cost savings as a result of this.
Good clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you. Seeing no more discussion, please vote. Oh, I have to do this. Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mrs. Barker?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Motion passes. Mr. Connor, will you please present this item? Item number 11.14, Chapter 2, Policy Revisions 2.71, 2.71A, and 2.73.
Yes, we're bringing this item back from our last meeting regarding discrimination, complaint procedures, and educational equity. I present this. We've had a lot of conversations, so the board is very aware of this. We return these back for your approval for adoption.
May I have a motion?
Yes, I move that the board approve the revised school board policies, chapter 2, 2.71 and 2.71A and 2.73.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Edwards?
Yes, I vacillated on this for a while because I thought that we were in jeopardy for losing funding. I have not seen that be an issue anywhere around the state. I personally have been in a situation many times on the dais where all and every meant exactly that to me. But I can't trust my colleagues that all and every means that to them. So I will not be supporting this.
Mrs. Barker?
I think I've spoken about this before, but hear often about the importance of data-driven decision-making, and that's a standard that we hold our teachers to and our administrators to. And as a school board member, I hold myself to that same standard. And the data on this is very clear that enumerated protections result in better student outcomes, which is what I am here for. And so I can't support this today. I will also note that I did some more research on what various professional organizations recommend in terms of policy around discrimination, and could find no professional education association that supported removing enumerated protections. So again, based on the data, I vote no.
Thank you. Mrs. Ziegler?
Thank you very much, and I want to thank everyone for coming to speak again. You are heard. I disagree and have concerns in many areas, and with respect, I am not surprised that there is a ton of data from education institutions that would say anything other than that. And to me, we see visibly the writing on the wall where more and more students are being raised up in a moment where they feel that they are being targeted or they are being victimized. And listen, human beings at every age, no matter what you look like or where you are, have the capacity and ability to be very cruel. So I'm not minimizing that. But a gentleman actually made a comment in public comment, and I agree very well. He was very articulate in this space that it is important to build resiliency and understand how to overcome challenges. I still stand by the component that no matter who it is, that you should never be bullied or harassed. And my concern is that for far too long, we have created a far too divisive culture, and it actually has hurt individuals because they feel by virtue of whatever they look like or whatever they identify as are in fact victims and not victors. And I think it hurts them. And I think we are seeing a surge in mental health issues. I have to believe that has a huge part to play in it. We have to hold our staff and our leadership accountable to ensure that we have proper mechanisms for students and staff to come forward when there's bad behavior, when there are people being treated poorly, when they're being harassed or discriminated. That being said, I am very optimistic and quite frankly, I'm happy to see us take this move because every student is equal and deserves the same protections. And I hope and encourage everyone or anyone, if you see someone that's being targeted, please speak up. Because as Mrs. Rose noted today, I don't want to continue to hear it and we don't take action to follow up on it. Because otherwise it's a perceived risk, but I want to know what the actuality is and what are we doing about to change it. But the words being simply there is, I think, a false sense of protection. I think it's actually a detrimental sense of protection. I think every single person is capable of overcoming extraordinary adversity. And I think that's the part that we get to play as an educational institution to lift up every child, every member of staff, that they can be successful no matter where they are, who they came from, where they came from, how much money they have in their bank account, who they're married to, what have you. That is what I believe. That's what I believe every student every day means. And so I'm very, very proud to see it move forward.
Ms. Rose?
Thank you, Ms. Marinelli. I will be supporting this. I think it's important for me to say that this actually is representative of a political divide that goes way beyond a school, our local community, goes beyond the state and exists nationally. And that divide does not belong on the backs of our students. I've served this district for well over 30 years. I feel that it's extraordinarily important. It's first and foremost, it's the primary thing we do, that every child has a right not only to come to school and not be bullied, but they have a God-given right to come to school and be comfortable learning. And that doesn't come from a political divide fighting over words. What it comes from is a culture in that school, the system's functioning very high, a superintendent like Superintendent Connor that is highly capable with an extraordinarily great staff that holds accountability, and that there's a culture in that school. And I go back to Chief Enos, if you see something, say something. That is a culture that is taught. It's not an argument that is at a national level and creates the political divide that has caused violence and disasters in this country. And when we sit on this board and we talk about trust and integrity, and we talk about let's put somebody in a position because they're amongst the minority on this board, but yet at the same time is compelling that they don't want politics. This needs to be about students. It needs to be about the culture in the school. It needs to be about accountability. And again, giving every child not only the right to come to a public school and learn, but to be comfortable. We don't even have to get to the place of bullying. I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. I will be supporting this also, and I stand by when I said all means all. And I would just like to mention the student that said that they were being bullied in school. Mrs. O'Day followed up with that, and I think it's important to know that that student attends Manatee County schools. So with that, any more discussion? We'll do a voice vote. Mr. Edwards?
No.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mrs. Barker?
No.
And the chair votes yes. Motion passes. Superintendent Connor, will you now present this item, 11.15, Code of Student Conduct?
Thank you. This item is requesting approval for the revised student conduct, code of conduct for elementary and secondary. Updates were developed through stakeholder engagement, reflects the new assessor reporting requirements, new statute and policy.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Yes, I move that the Sarasota County School Board approve the student code of conduct for the 2025-2026 school year. Sorry, that's a period. I didn't.
Second.
Any discussion?
And that's for elementary and secondary, or are we doing individually?
I think it's all.
Oh.
Okay, both, okay.
It's all of them as listed on 11.15 reflected on the
Thank you.
agenda.
So both, okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. I want to say that what I thought Ms. Rose said was half right. I think that our schools, our administrators, our teachers, Mr. Connor, the administration, clearly does not have a culture that will tolerate bullying in any way. So I've never run across that. But I've said my piece. I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Please, we'll do a voice vote. Mr. Edwards?
No.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mrs. Barker?
No.
And the chair votes yes. Motion passes. Item number 11.16 is the change of the meeting time, that the Sarasota County School Board approved the time change of the October 21st, 2025 school board meeting from 6 p.m. to 10 a.m. May I have a motion?
I move that the Sarasota County School Board approve the time change for the October 21st, 2025 school board meeting from 6 p.m. to 10 a.m.
May I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Edwards?
Listen, I think we see the will of the board clearly. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about it. The community has spent all of the reasons why, which I think are 100% valid. I have not heard a peep from anyone from anywhere about why it's important to change it to 10 o'clock in the morning. The part that this is going to be the will of the board. It probably will move in as we restructure in November. But as we've said, elections have consequences, and we'll see what happens to get the meetings back on track. The part that I find the saddest about this conversation, first of all, I do not need an escort. I do not feel unsafe. I'm perfectly fine. And we had a public comment that caused us to go back and look at a policy. So there's just more and more reasons. But here's the saddest part. Our moments of pride, our students being in the boardroom, celebrating our kids, all their accomplishments and their achievements. That is the saddest part of this conversation.
Oh, Ms. Rose?
Thank you, Mrs. Marinelli. I'd like to make a motion, if I may. I'd like to make a motion to amend 11.16, that the Sarasota County School Board approve the time change of the October 21st. I'd like to add November 18th and December 16th meetings from 6 o'clock p.m. to 10 o'clock a.m.
Do I have a second?
Second, a question though.
Any discussion? Mrs. Ziegler?
Thank you. Mr. Duggan, when we have the reorg, we go through the dates, but not necessarily the time? I mean,
When you do the reorg, you typically select the dates. You can select the times as well, but the requirement is to select the chair, the vice chair, and the dates of the meeting statutorily.
thank you. And I'll let Mrs. Rose made the motion, I seconded it. I will just say that the 10 o'clock piece to me it's a business meeting. As mentioned, county commissions, what is it called? It's the hospital board. But also, if you think, you go up to Tallahassee, you go to Congress, they all operate during the day. Now, I do think it's important, and I think my record stands very strong in this, for those who've been around long enough to know that years ago, we didn't even have it videotaped. We used to be, our meetings used to go to a different room, and I fought hard. I know some of you guys know this. It took 3 years to get our meetings publicized so that people could watch on demand, because the reality is we've had 3 o'clock, we've had 6 o'clock, et cetera, et cetera. You have no possible time that you're always going to be able to get a lot of people or all the people that could potentially want to. But what's great is we have a litany of different mediums in which you can provide feedback. I can tell you, I talk to staff who reach out with concerns. Mr. Connor can attest to this. They don't have to wait to come to a board meeting. They will reach out to, I'm sure, all of us for a variety of reasons, and then we respond to them. I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm talking. Thank you very much. And that is actually a really good example, because we come here to do work and we actually respect every single person that comes before that podium to speak. Unfortunately, people are incapable of reciprocating that, but that's okay. But we're moving, in my mind, I want to move forward to get things done. And I know Mr. Edwards that just mentioned to get things back on track and maybe we'd be in reverse. I think we've been the most efficient that I've seen in a long time, and I intend to keep that way. So I do support that.
Thank you. Ms. Barker?
Yes, thank you. I initially was open to the idea of floating a new time, given my experience that there is never a good time. So I understand where Mrs. Marinelli is coming from. That said, I've had a lot of conversations with parents because that's who I am and that's the circle I run in. And I wanted to know, does this work better for you? What does this look like in your household? And unequivocally, the answer was, we cannot attend meetings that are in the morning. And I think in this time when we are discussing things like school closures and significant budget shortfalls. We owe it to our parents to allow them the opportunity to speak, and we owe it to the community, teachers, the people that we serve. And so it is for that reason that I can't support moving the meeting to 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Marinelli. I do want to say that there is a organized narrative in this boardroom that's leading students to believe that this board is going to solve their day-to-day problems. This board, we are constitutional officers that are on this dais for the fiduciary responsibility of the budget, the policies, and providing oversight to a superintendent who is going to solve the issues of students and or teachers. For teachers to believe that they have to come to a school board meeting in the evening and talk directly to the board to solve their issues is a long road that is not an appropriate road. You go to your administrator, the administrator works with the superintendent. That narrative is organized. The leaders of the organizations are political. They are out in the community and they are bragging about controlling the political narrative for the purpose of who's elected for the last 2 years without opposition. That there's something wrong with that. I am here for the protection of every single student to make sure that we have academic achievement, and it's high time that we start doing just that. Thank you.
I will say again that I had many parents approach me that they cannot come in the meet at 6 o'clock because they are fixing dinner, helping with homework, or going to sporting events, so they're not able. So 10 o'clock was the time that was mentioned. And I'll say again, it was many parents. So I will be supporting this. Any further discussion? Oh.
So we have a motion, but then we have an amendment to the motion. And as I understand, the amendment to the motion, there was an original motion that dealt with October, and then that motion was amended and seconded to include October, November, and December meetings. So, and that has been seconded. You've had discussion, so you need to vote on the amendment, and then after, if that passes, you'll vote on that motion as amended. If it does not pass, you'll go back to the original motion.
Thank you. So we'll do a voice vote for the amended motion. Mr. Edwards?
No.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mrs. Barker?
No.
And the chair votes yes. Now we will vote on the original
The
change.
motion as you just amended.
The motion as we just amended. Okay.
Do you want to read it?
I don't want to speak for you, but as I understand it, it is a motion to change the Sarasota County School Board to meeting times for the October 21 school board meeting, the scheduled November meeting, and the scheduled December meeting from 6 p.m. till 10 a.m.
Thank you. We'll do a voice vote. Mr. Edwards?
No.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Yes.
Ms. Rose?
Yes.
Mrs. Barker?
No.
And the chair votes yes. Motion passes. Okay, we are now opening this up to the public comment on general items. So welcome to the general comment segment of our meeting. Each speaker will state their full name and will have up to 2 minutes. A timer will appear on the screen. Please conclude promptly. The timer ends. The mic will automatically turn off when the timer reaches 0. Abusive language will not be tolerated. Outbursts, applause, or other interruptions that disrupt the meeting are not acceptable. Any person that interferes with the orderly process of this meeting, after first being warned that such continued interference will result in removal, will be removed. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear public comments when stepping away from the dais. When your name is called, please approach the podium. If you choose to pass, you will forfeit your time to address the board. As a reminder, a recording cannot be played during your 2 minutes of public comment. Mrs. Tompkins?
The first speaker is Ali Chung and Ava Leonards.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ali, and I am the Assistant Editor-in-Chief of Pineview School's newspaper publication, The Torch. And along with my fellow staff members, we are here to talk about something that I know we can agree on, and that is trusting and empowering student voices. As we all know, Sarasota County is an 8th grade level district, and our community has consistently shown its support, most recently through the referendum. And to me, that shows that people believe in schools, but most importantly, believe in our students. And it is time for our district policy to show that same trust. Right now, across Florida, students in other districts are already given more responsibilities and more freedom to engage in journalism. Our student journalists are just as capable as those in other counties, and our policies should reflect that. Our new suggested publication policy 4.51, which will be introduced in October's workshop session, lends the editorial responsibility towards our student journalists and towards our journalism advisors, making sure that we are held accountable for what we publish. By demonstrating that we trust our student journalists, Sarasota County can truly align with the excellence our district is known for. And one more thing I would like to add, just because I have the time, this board can absolutely solve the issues that I am dealing with and that my journalism staff is dealing with on a daily basis. It is our rights as students to speak in front of the board, and I am incredibly disappointed with the last vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ava Leonards and Soraya Ashok.
Good evening. My name is Ava Leonards, and I'm the editor-in-chief of Pineview High School's newspaper, The Torch. I would like to take a moment to discuss the benefits of a change in policy 4.51 that would have on the administration of our schools. We put a lot of thought and effort into our policy change and are very passionate about the topic, as it is very important to our education and as student journalists. The current policy puts all responsibility on the administrators, meaning that they must look over all 8 of our publications, consisting of a broadcast channel, a website, a literary magazine, 2 yearbooks, and 3 newspapers with 4 to 5 issues per year each, and give all approval for all the content, including graphics, stories, and that's considering our tight deadlines, that adds a lot of stress to their jobs. I've worked directly with the administrators over the past few years in various leadership roles and realized a change would be beneficial to all. Our revised policy would make the journalism advisor of the class responsible for all content published, thus emphasizing their role as advisor and taking away unnecessary pressure off the administration. This way, all content would still be reviewed by someone before it is published, but by somebody whose job is more directly related to the standards of journalism. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Soraya and Daria Shabunina.
Good evening, board, and thank you for your time today. My name is Shreya Ashok, and I'm a section editor and freshman in our student newspaper publication, The Torch. I've only been in journalism for 1 full year, but in this time, I've grown an unimaginable amount. These people and this passion are my need. Each one of the upperclassmen here with me at this meeting today has inspired me to go beyond what I thought I was capable of. Even before joining the staff, this publication and its coverage of the place where I have grown up impacted and inspired me. I have scoured our publications in the past and the present, and each one amazes me. What I noticed from last year on the middle school magazine staff, however, was the way that the process was more difficult due to the admin approval process. It put extra pressures on those deadlines and minor changes rather than the big picture, and the details that would have made our stories more human didn't have time to make it into the final publication. I am surrounded by utterly talented and devoted people, and even with its continued successful performance, it is the potential that this publication has to reach that motivates me to stay in it every day. Also, this is my first meeting, and I hope I will keep being able to attend and express my concerns to the board by keeping the school board meeting at 6 p.m., or I hoped, and I am also a little bit disappointed with the way the board ended up voting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Daria, followed by Timothy Nesanellis.
My name is Daria Shabunyana, and I'm a junior at Pineview School. I currently hold the positions of Broadcast Editor-in-Chief and Features Editor of The Torch, Pineview's high school newspaper. Over the summer, my classmates and I drafted a new policy on student guidelines, something that we were planning on talking about today, as well as on October 7th and the 21st, before we noticed that the meeting times got moved to 10 a.m. To create a fair policy, we looked at all 67 counties in Florida, compiling information on what the policies stated and how many awards from the Florida Scholastic Press Association, or FSBA, each county had received. From this, we extracted components that best reflect core journalism values and our Sarasota County school interests, which became the basis of our draft. So notable counties that we looked at were Hillsborough County, which received 4 Best of the Best and 29 All-Florida FSBA awards last year, and gave the advisor of the student publication the ability to decide what is published, clearly specifying restrictions. We also looked at Brevard County, which received 3 Best of the Best and 17 All-Florida awards, and also gave the advisor the authority of approval, simultaneously allowing the students to appeal the advisor's decision to the principal. Pinellas County was another one that we looked at, which received 16 All-Florida awards and stated that content can be reviewed at the principal's request and can be appealed to the superintendent. We also looked at a bunch of other ones, and some of the ones that we also liked that had similar policies were Alachua, Hendry, and Hendry counties. So by researching this, we hope to create a balance between students' rights to speech, educational interests, concerns of ethic, and an administrative role. Thank you for your time and commitment.
Thank you.
Timothy and Madeline Bailey.
Of the Sarasota County School Board, good evening. My name is Timothy Nesanellis, and I am one of the co-news editors at The Torch at Pineview School. And I'm here to give comment in regard to our proposed revision of policy 4.51. 2 of the last 3 recipients of the Florida Scholastic Press Association Writer of the Year Awards were members of our publication, a fact that I hope displays the ability for our publication to cover news topics with fair judgment and without bias. Our most recent recipient in March won largely on the back of an unreleased story that was censored in fear of the sensitive topics that were portrayed, a topic that received fair and bipartisan coverage. For a nation built on the ideals of free speech, censorship of well-researched, potentially award-winning articles portraying topics that are pertinent to students and families of Pineview School and Sarasota County schools should not stand. Our A grade level district should encourage a discussion on topics that allow our students to engage in nonpartisan discussion on issues that will affect the people of our county and our country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madeline Bailey and Bettina Edigi.
Madeline Bailey. I'm a junior and the other co-news editor for The Torch. As student journalists, it is our mission to prepare for our futures to the best of our ability. In professional journalistic settings, reporters do not send their work through excessively lengthy processes of approval. We've wrote our policy with this at the forefront of our minds. All of us here today want to improve the current and the future state of the media because real, ethical journalism is the foundation on which this country, this state, and even this district we built upon. We don't want to sound repetitive, but we simply want to help you understand that we are here to learn within fair and reasonable restrictions. We are not asking for complete control. We simply want a streamlined reporting process in which the responsibility will fall upon our advisor instead of resting entirely on administration. We are the future of journalism, and we hope to be treated as such. Thank you for giving us all the time to speak today.
Thank you.
Bettina Edigi and Christy Carwat.
Good evening again. This has been quite a week, this whole past week.
We have seen the best of people and we have seen the worst of people. Before the news of Charlie Kirk's assassination, I really knew nothing about him. My first reaction to his death was deep sadness for his beautiful family. Then, when I learned who he was and what he represented, my reaction was still deep sadness for his beautiful family. Political violence has no place anywhere, especially in the United States. As people mourn the loss of Charlie Kirk, I hope they will remember that this is not a leftist problem. Remember the murder of Melissa Hortman and her husband and the bludgeoning of Nancy Pelosi's husband. But I have to say that this is not a rightist problem either. It is an American problem, and we should all be part of its solution, not part of the problem. I typically like to keep church and state separate, but I want to share a passage from Galatians that means a lot to me as a Christian, and I will paraphrase this. Therefore, the law, meaning Old Testament laws, has become our tutor to lead us to Christ. Now faith has come. We are no longer under a tutor, for you are all sons of God through Christ, through faith in Christ Jesus. There is neither Jew nor Greek. There's neither slave nor free man. There's neither male or female. You are all one in Jesus Christ. I hope all who profess faith in Christianity will remember these words and treat everyone with dignity and respect, whether they agree with them or not. And for the board, when I was a little girl in Sunday school, I learned that you can only serve one master. Will you choose to serve your political master or your heavenly master?
Thank you.
Rana Bazzini and Lisa Roulette.
Good evening. My name is Rana Bazzini, and I am a resident of Sarasota. As I tuned into, I'm sorry? Excuse me. No. As I tuned into the board's workshop on September 9th, I thought of the 10 years I've been attending school board meetings. I've seen 3 superintendents, multiple changes on the board. The only member who's still on the board is Ms. Ziegler. And I've seen the recognition of a category of students who've lived in the shadows much too long. Sadly, this led to the controversy of the meaning of the word all and what should be in the code of conduct, which you voted on tonight. I'm looking at the board members over the years, and I noticed they all came from different backgrounds, different philosophies, and different life experiences, and that's as it should be, because of the families of the children they are working for also come from different backgrounds. As representatives of a public school board, there's just one thing that should be in common, and that's support for the public school system. It's no secret that this is a difficult time for public schools. They face a myriad of challenges, and not just fiscal. We need a board who can work together to face those challenges and to find the support and strengthen our public schools. I sincerely hope that you are that board. Would you please allow me a digression? It seems that Mr. Connor's hair has become an issue. I have a...
You know, we're going to do a pass for this. Please continue. We want to...
Quite a privilege. Suspend the rules.
We yield all our time.
I timed myself at home, and I must talk slower when I get up. Anyway, with all the things that you've got to suffer with, and you've been incredible, I fear that your hair may catch on fire. So perhaps the best solution is just shave your head.
Thank you.
Lisa Roulette and Shannon Clement.
My name is Lisa Roulette. My personal calling in our community is to stand up for community members who are impacted by the betrayal of federal agencies, including the FDA, the CDC, and the FCC. Health issues are impacting our school district as it relates to the delay in looking into strange health symptoms experienced by students and staff at Garden Elementary, and the cell phone tower that was approved to be constructed right next to Taylor Ranch Elementary. I have some helpful ideas about these topics and will email you further information. But I want to focus my comments tonight on the exciting communication breakthrough for non-speaking severely autistic students. It turns out that many severely autistic students are very bright and their ability to learn is extremely impressive. But most people, including their own parents and their teachers, have no way of knowing this because many have a neurological disorder called apraxia, which makes it very difficult to communicate. With the spelling method, many non-speakers can finally express their ideas, and it is absolutely life-changing for them. It can take them from a bleak situation to one of great hope and opportunity. It is an incredibly exciting breakthrough, one very similar to what Helen Keller experienced when Anne Sullivan discovered how to open up communication. There is a big spelling school in Tampa, and I think it would be wonderful for you to reach out to them and learn more. I have a couple messages from severely autistic kids who are communicating through the spelling method. This one is Michael M. He said going to school was probably the worst because I couldn't show my teachers what I actually knew. My true intelligence was not revealed till spelling. And then Houston says the moment my life changed was when I could spell my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shannon Clement, Carol Lerner, and Barbara Vaughn.
I'm concerned that the Sarasota schools are being turned into a potential death trap due to a dangerously low vaccination rate, with only 79% of kindergarten students being inoculated. This rate is not only the lowest in the state of Florida, but it is also one of the lowest rates in the nation. Herd immunity requires a 95% rate. To put this in perspective, the county in Texas, Gaines County, that had the deadly measles outbreak had a rate of 82%, 3 points higher than Sarasota County. This is an emergency and can only be tackled if the school district works with the health department and develops a plan to address this situation. Not only is the vaccination rate lower than Gaines County, but Sarasota County has additional risk factors, such as being a destination county with people visiting our county from all over the nation and world, resulting in more exposures to varied pathogens. I know it's a somewhat difficult situation with our Surgeon General calling for the elimination of the requirement, but fortunately there are a lot of legislatures who see that as a bridge too far. Let me tell you, I am a person who was a child during the polio epidemic. I was 6 years old when it started, and it was a very, very frightening experience, not only for me, but particularly for my parents. I was actually not allowed to go a lot of places. We couldn't be in crowds, we couldn't go to swimming pools. And I also had a friend who came down with polio, and how frightening that was in terms of her, but in terms of me and the neighbors around me. She ended up in an iron lung and almost died. Fortunately, she didn't, but she did have a handicap for the rest of her life. So this is a very serious.
Thank you.
Barbara Vaughn and Deb Hayes.
Hi, it's Barbara Vaughn. It's me again. There's a famous quote that I'm sure you're familiar with, and I quote, "Give me 4 years to teach the children, and the seed I have sown will never be uprooted. Give us the child for 8 years, and it will be a Bolshevik forever. Give me just 1 generation of youth, and I'll transform the whole world," unquote. That's from Vladimir Lenin, if you're not familiar. I'm sure that's not new to you because a lot of that philosophy is going on in our educational system today. I'm sure none of you in this room call yourself a communist, maybe not even a socialist. but your actions and your other words you use give you away. It took the lengthy school closures during COVID to out Teachers Union President Randy Weingarten. She made it pretty clear, and continues to do so, that she's on Lenin's wavelength. That's probably where they get it from, the crowd of usual suspects that show up for every school board meeting with their carefully prepared and coordinated scripts, marching to the drumbeat of Tom Edwards and Liz Barker. The whole LGBTQ plus and transgender issues are just their latest attempt to disguise their real agenda. Previously, they used Black Lives Matter, and before that, it was school closings, masks, isolation, a number of things. But the goal was always the same, to bring
Thank you.
Deb Hayes and Paulina Testerman.
Thank you. I'm taking up your invitation. If you see something, say something. I see tonight an example of extreme bullying based on the fact you have a majority and you know you have a majority, you can do whatever the heck you want. That's harassment. That is not taking a job seriously. And I, for one, think it models poorly for our students. It's almost as if we have middle school mean girls. It is not right. Thank you.
Julie Forrester, after Paulina.
Good evening, Mrs. Barker. I'm here tonight because I wanted to sincerely apologize to you in person. Last August, you ran for the school board and you won. You beat Mrs. Rose because she ran one of the most disgusting hate campaigns that I've ever witnessed. She attacked your reputation, your values, and your integrity, and it was all lies. I have the flyers here. These are the campaign ads, right, Mrs. Rose? Barker allowing men to play in girls' sports. Since when do we have men in our schools? Gosh, where did Mrs. Rose go? I'm sure she can hear me in the bathroom. Since when do we allow men to be in our schools? Liz Barker supports genital mutilation of children. This is the kind of person you are, Mrs. Rose. I'm sure you can hear me. You're a liar, right? A grade A bully. You are no example for our students. Despite this community voting you out not once but twice, you just run an aggressive political campaign, Mrs. Rose. You are banking on voters being dumb enough to believe your ridiculous lies. I cannot fathom what it's like for Mrs. Barker to have to sit on the dais across from her own personal bully. If you see something, say something. We're saying something. Nobody was expecting Governor DeSantis to appoint a Democrat, but for God's sake, he couldn't appoint a competent Republican, somebody respected and trusted. Just a reminder to our community, when Mrs. Rose lost in August, her term didn't end until November, but Mrs. Rose stopped showing up to her job. So she was never seen again from August 21st through November the 6th. Mrs. Rose continued getting a paycheck, but refused to show up. What kind of an example is that for our students and teachers? Can teachers just stop showing up, Mrs. Rose, and continue collecting their paychecks? Is that how this works? I took the liberty to add up all of the taxpayer dollars that were stolen from us. You missed 4 workshops and 6 school board meetings. That's 17 hours of our tax dollars flushed down the toilet because you are incompetent. You are unprofessional. You are insubordinate. You are petty, and you are hateful. You don't deserve a seat.
Thank you.
Julie Forrester and Kristen Moose.
Please stop.
Julie Forrester and Kristen Mussolino. Is Kristen here? Diane Becker. And India Miller. Is she here?
Hello, my name is Diane Becker. I'm a retired elementary school teacher, and I loved my job. I worked very hard at it, and I was looking forward to a relaxing, well-earned retirement here with my husband. But unfortunately, I have to be here appealing to you, board members, because of the issues that face today's teachers and students. Trust me, I'd rather be out with my friends enjoying myself. As a professional educator, I need to speak out. I am here to talk about school vouchers. Money allotted to each student for their public education is being paid for by the taxpayers for public schools. Yet those public dollars, $5 billion with a B in the state of Florida, $5 billion worth are going to private, parochial, and home schools with no accountability. Vouchers defund our public schools at a time when public schools are in dire need of more funding. People say they want choice, school choice. Sounds great on paper, but private schools are the ones with the real choice. Students with behavior issues? Nope. Students with special needs? Too expensive. ESL? Not our problem. And the parents using our public dollars for their children's private education are typically ones that don't need it, since there's no limit on income for receiving vouchers. Our public tax dollars are giving these wealthy parents a nice tax-free coupon for private school and continue to rip off the public school students and teachers. I don't see how the voucher program helps education. It only hurts public schools. As protectors of public schools, don't be silent on this destructive program. As school board members charged with fiduciary responsibility for our schools, you should be doing everything to stop the hemorrhaging of public school funds. Our students and teachers need and deserve
Thank you.
Indian Miller? No, okay. Charles Les McCurdy and Brenda Pastrick.
I'd kill for your hair. My grandson attends, I found out about this last night. My grandson attends Wilkinson Elementary School, and we love it. He gets a quality education there. We love the security of the facility. We love everything about it. And I understand that there's a matter, if I've got this correctly, that schools that have low attendance can be taken, parts of that, by a private school and utilized. And so to avoid that from happening, there's the possibility of closing Wilkinson, redistributing those children to other low attendance schools so that that doesn't happen. And I think that's great. I don't want private schools to profit from taxpayer money. They shouldn't. And so, but there's an alternative proposal out there that came up, and I hope maybe you've seen it, and that is, rather than closing the school down, if you took, because Wilkinson would, everyone here that is here in this building would move to Wilkinson and take that. So instead of doing that, take departments here, break them up, and put them in all the low attendance schools. And that way you would do the same thing. You would take up those areas and not have to close an entire school down and be that disruptive. And when I heard that alternative idea, I thought that was a wonderful way to approach it rather than closing a school. And this is my first time, and it's great to get a first at 70, ever. And it's been long, been really long.
Thank you.
Brenda Pastrick and Bill Van Allen.
My name is Brenda Pastrick. It's good to see Karen Rose back on the board, where she should be. And to know Jim Enos is back heading security, as the safety of all our students and all others on our school campuses have become the highest priority in the present climate in our nation. Thank you for your hard work and commitment to public education, especially in the face of unique political and social challenges. I appreciate your leadership in ensuring our schools remain competitive and for impacting student success. Your consistent support for teachers and students does not go unnoticed. I am grateful for your efforts to create a positive and supportive learning environment. Thank you for your tireless and often unappreciated work on behalf of our community's children. It is a challenging job, and your dedication to our school makes a real difference. In an environment where debates can be contentious, I want to acknowledge your courage and commitment to serving the community. Thank you for your continued service to our school district. And I want to end with being in leadership position comes with immense pressures and challenges. The Bible recognizes and offers encouragement. Joshua chapter 1, verse 9. Have I not commanded you, be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord.
Thank you.
Van Allen, Robin Pickett.
Thank you. Excuse me. Evening, school board members. My name is Bill Van Allen, and my comments are my own. I think it's important to encourage all the conservative members of this body to retain their seats for as long as possible. The assassinations last year of Brian Thompson and Charlie Kirk just last week, and especially the reactions of leftists who support those acts, should give us all the dark picture of where America is headed unless our schools teach our students the truth. Schools need to teach the actual meaning of words distorted by the Orwellian newspeak of the left. For example, social justice is not justice. Justice is the equal application of the rules for every citizen. Our Constitution makes no distinction for race, social status, or the popular class of the day. Leftists have sought to force preferred pronouns on the speech of others. Not only is that an affront to free speech, it transfers the responsibility for taking offense from the offended person to the speaker of the words. It teaches the offended are not responsible for their feelings, which makes lifelong victims, of anyone who can manipulate their emotions. It also teaches that they're powerless to change their emotional state because it's someone else's fault. Our youth is the key to America's future, and it's critical to the freedoms that many Americans still take for granted that our schools teach them to use the proper words to allow others to understand their ideas, and that each student has the power within themselves to change their life situation. All that's required is to think before they react and let reason prescribe the appropriate reaction. There is objective reality, and those that teach imaginary reality cannot be allowed to foist that delusion upon our future leaders. Speak the truth, keep the faith, do the next right thing, and never surrender. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Pickett, Jim Kohler.
Thank you.
Jim Kohler and Sebastian Martinez.
I'm Jim Kohler. I would like to request an investigation into any supporting comments or celebrations of Charlie Kirk's death and prosecution to the fullest extent, including termination or expulsion. Charlie Kirk was not a racist, a fascist, or a hypocrite, and his Christian approach and questioning attitude to any debater was very cordial and polite. I would ask you to take immediate action against those who chose to celebrate or condone his death, and to reinstate the principles that Charlie Kirk taught through his open debates. I would also request that this school district stick to the issues of teaching and keep the personal politics and sexual preferences out of board meetings, including comments or requests from the public. The comments should be related to teaching and school business and not promoting LGBTQ+ agendas. As Charlie Kirk stated in many of his debates, and as directed in the Bible, when God stated there are two genders, male and female. All other genders claimed are the result of mental illness and should be handled as such and not part of these meetings. We need more Charlie Kirks who are willing to listen and challenge the principles of our culture. Venice High School had 240 kids hear the truth today as part of Fellowship of Christian Athletes. And I'm wearing this hat, which was a gift from Charlie Kirk at the Tampa last July. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Sebastian Martinez and William Dobro.
Hello. I've had to rewrite my speech about 3 times throughout this entire board meeting, which is why I'm always writing when I'm coming up here. But good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Again, I'm Sebastian Martinez, and I'm genuinely sad that I couldn't, in good faith, give my probably much kinder closing speech. But let me be, and I promise to be respectful, let me be super abundantly clear. Board members, Robin Marinelli, Karen Rose, and Bridget Ziegler just shut out students, teachers, and working parents from the next school board meeting all the way till December. And I'll say it again. Members, Robin Marinelli, Karen Rose, and Bridget Ziegler just shut out students, teachers, and working parents from the next school board meeting through December. Karen Rose then proceeded to say that it doesn't matter if teachers don't come and speak about the issues that they face because it would be inappropriate. It would be inappropriate for a teacher to come to you publicly and talk about the issues that they're facing in your classrooms. I love that when students come to this dais and they're talking about being bullied, action is immediately taken. That's not the case when they're in school. They no longer have an ability to come to you directly and ask for help. Sometimes that's what it takes to get action taken, because you're not in our classrooms every single day. Our teachers are. Our students are. Our students are constantly behind the desk. And as a student, when I was watching elected officials or following more closely, I always asked myself, why was I as a student taught to always do the right thing, but seemingly my elected officials could never seem to grasp that concept? I considered myself a conservative at that time. And it's not good practice, because if you look at other Florida state statutes, they have requirements for, other items that you're required to have meetings later in the day because it's accessible.
Thank you.
William Dobro and Michelle Posey.
Bill Dobro again. Mr. Connor, love your hair. However, if I had my druthers, I'd take Bridget Ziegler's hair. To continue, you guys were tossing around the idea about introducing an invocation or prayer before the school meetings. I think it's a great idea. Also, the celebration of the nation's 250th birthday. I was around, old enough to remember the 1976 bicentennial. I was from the Washington area, so we all piled in a van and went down to DC, and just a sea of people. It was memorable. It was unforgettable, and there's a lot of patriotism and unity. So I hope we can incorporate that into the curriculum somehow, some way. Again, I like the idea of relocating to Mid-County. If you guys decide you want to move out of here, makes sense. People from Northport have a hard time getting here. I live in Venice. It takes me almost an hour, so it's kind of tough. I remember when I had to put my dog down, and my daughter walked into the house and said, "Daddy, where's Tara?" And I didn't have to think about that until just recently when I saw a clip of Mrs. Kirk saying a similar thing.
Thank you.
Michelle Posey, John Wilson.
Michelle Posey. I just wanted to start off by giving a couple of suggestions of the meeting. I know other areas, for example, the city of Northport, you can put in public comment online and then somebody will read it, or at least it's available for people to see. Maybe that's an option. I also know that it would be kind of nice if, I know the hospital board makes you state what county you're from before you speak. It's one way to really understand, as you said, the one student that was from Manatee County. That'd be kind of nipped if we know kind of where people are speaking from. I also want to remind people that are upset about the time change that doesn't take away from the town halls that you guys are doing, and you actually get to speak back. So that's kind of a great way to engage with people. So if they're not happy about the movements of the meeting, maybe they can address the town halls. I want to make sure that everybody's aware that there have been a few inappropriate things that have been found in school that violate Florida state law. So our Attorney General Uthmeyer and the Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins have come together to start a website. It's FLDOE.org/parental rights. If you see something, say something. I want to encourage our parents, even our teachers, our faculty, staff. If you see something that's in question that doesn't line up with the parental laws that are put in place here in Florida, please say something. And also, I'd like to just make an announcement. This is just a personal thing. I'm real excited to say we have the inception of a Turning Point USA Sarasota County hub that I will be starting here. More information coming soon. So God bless you guys.
John Wilson, Susan Antonsen.
Good evening. First off, I want to say thank you to Governor DeSantis for filling Tim Romney's spot with someone who has a backbone. Good to meet you, Karen. Glad you're back. So on the other thing is, I want to make sure that Terry and I, when you're the boss, you're in charge of everything. So if you're the boss, all your people follow directions. Isn't that correct? I mean, that's the way it goes. So everybody should follow directions. So when we see these things in school, like ally signs or pride signs or comments about Charlie Kirk, or even today, Voices of Florida has an initiative with Booker High School. Right? So we're going to look at Voices of Florida. Love it. Suncoast View, helping out girls. Voices of Florida is a veil for BLM, because Sarah Parker is a leader in the BLM movement. And if you go on the Voices of Florida website, it says resist Trump. It says we're going to celebrate Palestinian movement September 17th. We're going to, I forgot, but you can look up for yourself. So why are these things in our schools? And people talk about, hey, I'm going to file a complaint against yours. I think what we need to do is start filing complaints against the principals, because if the principals don't know what's going on in the schools, that's a problem. So, and the teachers, if they do these things and feel like they can get away with it, then your principals are ineffective. So who's the boss here? The teachers or the principals or the administrators or you? So we need to start going up the chain here and clean up all the garbage in the school. And the other thing is, 25% of Sarasota is Democrat. And guess what? Tonight, 22% of them showed up to talk about the time change.
Thank you.
Susan Antonsen and Sarah Sobolewski. Sarah, and then Richard Arena.
Am I good? My name is Sarah Sobolewski. I am a Sarasota County resident and mother of a student here. I serve as a pastor here at Church of the Palms, which is not far from here on Bee Ridge Road. Wilkinson Elementary is our neighborhood school, and we have been partners for over 10 years. Part of my calling, as I understand it, is to build community, and I believe schools are among the most vital places where community takes root. And I'm here tonight to urge you not to close Wilkinson Elementary. Wilkinson is such a really special place. It's not just a building. It's a place of belonging and stability, and it has been for generations of families. Closing Wilkinson would not simply move students to another campus, it would disrupt relationships, dissolve trust, and weaken a neighborhood that depends on the school as an anchor. Under the capable leadership of Susan Nations, Wilkinson also represents real excellence. Its STEM program prepares children for a world they are inheriting, equipping them with skills that are essential for the future. Sarasota is a community that values innovation, and Wilkinson embodies that value. Beyond academics, Wilkinson is a hub of partnership like the one they have with us. Teachers, families, faith communities, and local organizations have worked side by side to create a network that supports and extends far beyond the classroom. And these partnerships cannot be boxed up and moved. They grow from history, trust, and shared commitment. And if Wilkinson closes, we lose far more than a school. We lose a center of collaboration that has been in the making. I recognize that budgets and numbers matter. I understand this is complicated in ways that I don't understand. And that the health and well-being of several other schools sort of hangs in the balance. I just urge you to be thoughtful and only do this as a measure of last resort. And if this is the way it goes, that you might just do it with real respect and grace and appreciation for the history of that fine school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Richard Arena, Board, Superintendent Connor. The most important thing is we've taken care of the superintendent's hair, so we can go on to more important things now. Don't touch it, right? I understand the reason for moving the meeting to 10 a.m. I understand the reason, but I don't accept the premise. This is Sarasota, Florida. It's not Mogadishu, Somalia, right? We should be able to protect our school board's property outside. There are things called cameras, there are police, obviously, there's artificial intelligence. That should not be a reason for moving a meeting. It's totally unacceptable. Anybody who's take est, there's a very important principle called you get what you will accept. I do not accept violence in Sarasota schools. I've also amended and revised some of my remarks based on some of the people who've spoken earlier. But I feel also need to talk about the Charlie Kirk assassination and the impact on his wife and his beautiful children. It's also impacted us here and in the entire country for that matter. We now recognize the danger of Antifa. Right? The sad fact is Antifa is here in Sarasota right now. Some money, we do have some groundswell, some of the demonstrations here, but some of them are funded by Antifa money. With a little bit of research, you can quickly find names like Arabella Advisors, Singh, George Soros. That money's coming here, and it'll be coming here again in the election. And Mr. Edwards made a comment. He didn't fear going out to his car because you're a leftist, all right? And most of the violence that occurs in schools is done by leftists. It's documented. The FBI has all the statistics. We need to be very careful for that going forward, because I really fear that.
Thank you. There are no more speakers. So we will go on to board member comments. Ms. Barker?
Sure. Thank you all for coming today. I appreciate it. I just real quickly, since we have moved the meeting time, I was wondering if we would consider providing sub-coverage for any teachers who wanted to attend our meeting and excusing absences for students who wanted to attend the meeting. I think that's a reasonable accommodation.
Mr. Edwards? Would you like to? I'm just moving around.
I don't have my thoughts together yet.
Okay. Mrs. Ziegler?
I don't know why I pressed that. Sorry, wrong button. Thank you for all of the comments. This past week has been very challenging, and as we see it spill over into so many facets of our community, our country, I think globally, and what I'm referring to is Charlie Kirk, who had a very profound impact on me and my family. But I think it's an opportunity, and something that we hear regularly here is there is a lot of division, and there is a genuine desire for unity. But I'm not going to be able to quote this exactly right, but I was just thinking of it as I was hearing comments, and what Vice President Vance said the other day during when he hosted Charlie's radio program, mentioned that we cannot have unity until we climb the mountain of truth. And that is so important because there are factions and issues that are just consistently dismissed. And every single person, whether you identify as left or right, I care and want everyone to be safe and want people to be able to come here and understand the function and core focus is every child having an extraordinary education. I, as a school board member, my focus is not the public school system. My focus is to be someone who oversees the fiduciary responsibility to ensure that the education outcomes are the highest caliber to ensure every child, no matter where they come from, can graduate to be a productive member of society. I have always supported school choice because it challenges the status quo that for decades has absolutely degraded public education, mixed in with very extreme left progressive ideology. It's a fact. It may not be a popular thing in this room to say, but if we're not going to say it, we're never going to solve the problems. I am very, thank you, but I want to keep the decorum. I believe we've made so extraordinary strides, both from a legislative standpoint in the state of Florida, and I am a tireless advocate of parental rights and limited government. I also think parents have an absolute responsibility to do their job, not depend on the government. So it goes both ways. But we've made extraordinary strides, but there's still a lot of work to do. We have great leadership in this district, and I expect the accountability that, and I mean this, and I expect accountability for anyone who works at our school districts who have an intent to push any ideology side of education. And I know, and it's sad, and I'm gonna just be very candid, I can see the facial expressions coming back to me, and I'm not surprised, but I will continue to advocate for this because that is what I believe in, no matter what threats, what statements, what I'm called, that is what I genuinely believe that I'm here for, and I won't stop. I believe we have an extraordinary opportunity to lead the state, but we have to be unapologetic and bold about it, that our core focus is absolutely education and nothing else.
Thank you. Ms. Rose?
Thank you, Ms. Marinelli. I would like to share that I am deeply passionate about our public schools and have dedicated my life. It isn't just talk. I've spent my entire adult life supporting our children, our families in quality schools. It's action that stands behind my words. Given that I am a extraordinarily strong advocate of parental rights, primarily focusing in on the parent's right to choose best education for their child. There's a tremendous amount of that gets published primarily, in my opinion, with bias in much of our local media, that vouchers are bad, that parents having the choice to what meets the needs of their schools to use their tax dollars, their hard-earned tax dollars for. I was an advocate for choice way before the parental rights law. If you talk to any family that I worked with through 8 years of principalship, I strongly encourage them to go look at all their options, private, charter, and public. And I can tell you that we compete. If everybody in this room, and particularly because it is organized, it's organized propaganda and rhetoric, and it's about who you elect and this and that, and attacking the legislature, so forth and so on. But if you put that amount of energy into being competitive, if you want this public school system to survive, allow it to do just that. The division, and again, it's organized, and the community needs to know that's what's happening. This boardroom is funded not only across the state, but nationally, and the people that come to this boardroom month after month after month and repeat the same things are organizing it, and they call it the movement. It is a political movement. If you want the highest quality in our schools, allow this superintendent and this staff to do their job and bring innovation, bring quality, work together, united with all the partners in this community, and allow this board to go forward with establishing policy and providing oversight, and these schools will survive. The division that you bring, the organized propaganda, and the newspaper's bias, because I truly believe the majority of media in this district is biased, and will probably tonight print everything that is against conservatives. Let's just get it out in the open. But I love our schools and allow our schools to compete and stop with the rhetoric. Thank you.
Mr. Edwards?
I think I have no words, because what I have heard just needs to float out, be communicated in the community, and let the discussions ensue, because we'll see how it plays out in August.
You know, my mom and dad taught me that if you don't have anything nice to say about anybody, keep your mouth shut. I'm trying real hard to honor them, and I will do my best to honor them. But somebody brought up about mean girls. I have never seen so many mean girls and boys in one area month after month after month after month that comes to almost 3 years than I have here. So passing all these little barbs and saying we'll see in August or this and that does nothing but causes division. And I could be snarky and say, we saw what August 2022 brought. So I don't want to go there. So with that, I'd like to bring a couple of special recognitions. The majority of us went to the ribbon cutting at the farm school, and that was absolutely phenomenal. It will be a great opportunity for our students to bring their livestock. They're going to learn about farming, raising crops, raising produce. It's just going to be remarkable, and I would hope that the community would take some time, and I don't mean the community that just comes to this boardroom. I mean the whole community of Sarasota County. Go check that phenomenal program out. And also in the Student Services Department, congratulations to the school psychologists that they were nominated at the Florida Association of School Psychologists. They were nominated for the innovative program in the practice of school psychology. And they're there now, so I don't know when we'll find out if they were given that award, but having worked with them for so many years, they get that award from me. So I wish them a lot of luck, and they keep doing. So, you know, also I really am, I'm appreciate everybody coming and those that talk, and I do listen. But I have just a couple things for Superintendent Connor that have come to me either through in person or some emails. Social media. So could you please just address the district policy and the process that the district has to follow when a complaint is made, please?
So we do have published social media guidelines that we provide to staff. I think they were updated within the last year or so, 24. So that details very clearly just kind of expectations related to social media use and for educators and for those in the public school system, in terms of just obviously being in the public eye, being in a public servant role, the gravity of social media and what that could potentially lead to. So that is definitely something with a lot of deference that we share with our staff, so that they understand that responsibility of social media. I will say when you've got 5,000 employees and 99.9% are always doing a wonderful job, right? There will be instances where things are submitted to administration that are concerns, and we definitely take due diligence to investigate anything that the public or anybody would send to us. We take all those seriously. And we've got to go through the investigative process to know exactly what it is. You never take anything at face value. I mean, I think we've all learned that social media, you don't take things at face value. You really have to dig in and you have to get to the bottom of all of that. And so we have a process in human resources that really takes the time to dig in and figure out truly if there is anything to truly move forward with. So if that is the case, then we have, let's just say we were to have an instance where it is something that was egregious, that it resulted in a level of discipline, then we have a contract and we have progressive discipline that we would go through that has been bargained for many, many years. And we would go through that process if that were the case. So in the case of those that have been, I know the board has received several emails from the community about certain things throughout the week, about concerns related to maybe an educator's post or a staff member's post. Those things are forwarded through the investigative process, and then they're handled from there. And then that process, if there's discipline involved, if it was to be found substantiated, we would go through that process of aggressive discipline.
Okay, thank you. I got two more, just so you know.
Oh.
Could you please explain the process involved if a student wants to start an after-school club? I've received, some emails and that there is interest in starting Club America. So could you explain that process for the public, please?
I'm not familiar with the exact club you're referring to,
Well,
but in difference to any club, if we were to have any club in the school district, there is a policy for that. So that policy would essentially be that there's some major milestones that need to be completed. First, it has to be student initiated. So if it's student initiated and there is an adult sponsor on campus, typically a teacher or an instructional staff member that is willing to sponsor or be an advisor for the club, those are two very important things when you have any club on campus. And then, of course, there in the policy, I believe there are things in there that say what are prohibited. There are certain things, sororities and fraternities, social clubs, those types of things would be prohibited. Political activity on our campuses is prohibited. But in terms of, the chess club, right? You've got interest in your campus. You've got students who want to do that. You've got an advisor or a sponsor who wants to help the students, fulfill that. Then through principal approval, we would move forward with establishing the club. They would establish dates and times in which they meet. They would typically have bylaws. They would probably elect officers to the club, the president, the vice president, and then they would have their regular activities on whatever days they've planned to meet after school.
Okay, thank you very much, because I think it's very important that the community, the public knows there is a process if students want to start a club. They just can't start it. There are steps that have to be taken. So thank you. Also, I was trying to, look at school board policies, and I always call Mr. Parento because he can just name them without even looking. And I saw where school board policy 3.60 states that every school or building must have displayed in a prominent place "In God We Trust" signs. Are we in compliance of that? Because I didn't see one outside here for this building. I don't know where, I'm just asking. So our schools and they're in compliance?
To
so
my knowledge, every school building is in compliance with that.
Okay.
If there's not and we find one, we will definitely correct that.
Okay, thank you. I looked.
Right above your pictures, actually.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, if there's no other comments, the next monthly work session is scheduled for October 7th. Our next regular board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, October 21st at 10 a.m. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn, move to adjourn, excuse me.
Second.
Any comments? I see none. So the motion passes and this meeting is adjourned.